Welcome to the Bloomberg New Economy Forum. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. As a courtesy to our speakers and those around you, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices at this time. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please make your way to your seat. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Please welcome to the stage founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies and three-term mayor of New York City, Mike Bloomberg.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th Annual Bloomberg New Economy Forum, and to our global live stream viewers, and to the 500 private sector and government leaders here in this room, hailing from China and India, the Gulf states, and 50 more countries around the world. Thank you all for joining us. It's great to be back in Singapore. Their hospitality and partnership, for that we owe them a special debt. Singapore's president, thank you, Tharman, Prime Minister Lee, and our minister friends sitting in the audience today. Their thoughtful collaboration makes this forum possible, and we greatly appreciate them going above and beyond once again for us. Let me also thank Bloomberg's New Economy partners, whose names you can see displayed on the screen. Each of our partners is well represented here this week, and I know that we've all been looking forward to the program for this year's forum. There is no shortage of instability in the world, as we know, and trying to run away from it would only make it worse. We have to embrace it strategically. And so the first day of the forum is designed to help us examine the different factors driving instability and the risks that they present for the future, which give us a foundation for discussing and developing responses. Of course, none of this would be possible without you, and none of us know what the future holds. But I think it's safe to say that the situation in the Middle East is multiplying already heightened political tensions that have grown around trade and Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. And those tensions carry the risk of widening divisions and deepening conflicts. And that is a challenge not just for government leaders, but for business leaders as well. Back in 2018, we started this forum to serve a specific purpose, to help bridge East and West, North and South, by helping more private sector leaders raise their ambitions and tackle challenges that governments can't meet on their own. I've always been a big believer in the need for closer collaboration between the public and private sector leaders, because each has resources the other doesn't, and each can deliver benefits the others can't. But too often, the private sector views government only as an obstacle rather than a partner, and government views the private sector only as a subject rather than a partner. Our mission at this foundation and forum has always been to break down these barriers and help build bridges across them. And it's work that we conduct throughout the year, including at our regionally focused Gateway conferences, which this year we held in Ireland and Morocco. In addition, the Bloomberg New Economy councils and coalitions that meet regularly are helping company leaders take actions that matches their rhetoric on issues like sustainability, public health, and the energy transition. Now, a crucial part of these gatherings is always having everyone's active participation. This forum is not a spectator sport. We're glad to be interactive and to encourage everyone to discuss possible areas of collaboration during the breakout sessions and in the one-on-one meetings. We'll also have chances to gather here as a full group to hear from a number of global leaders, and that includes John Kerry, who will outline U.S. priorities leading up to this year's UN Climate Conference in the United Arab Emirates. Another from former Secretary of State who has been instrumental in shaping this week's program, someone we are very lucky to have on the forum's advisory board, my good friend Henry Kissinger. Henry, you should know, has devoted a great deal of his professional life to strengthening ties between the U.S. and China. And given that Henry has been alive for over a full century now, it's fair to say that he has been doing this work for quite some time. Collaboration between the U.S. and China is critical to meeting all the economic challenges that we're going to discuss this week, from global trade and development to climate crisis. So today, I know Henry is tuned in back in New York and looking forward, as I am, to hearing from our next speaker, who has a deep first-hand knowledge of the world's most consequential bilateral relationship, China's Vice President Han Zheng. About 15 years ago, when I was serving as mayor of New York City, Vice President Han was the mayor of Shanghai, and he was kind enough to welcome me to that city hall when I came to visit. And under his leadership, Shanghai really became one of the world's most dynamic cities. The most effective mayors are always problem solvers and bridge builders, exactly the kind of leaders we created this forum to showcase. He became vice president earlier this year, succeeding Wang Shishan, a longtime friend of the forum, and we are grateful that he has taken the time to join us and share his perspective, especially as President Biden and Xi prepared to meet face-to-face next week. Now let's hear from him. Please join me in welcoming Chinese Vice President Han.
尊敬的布隆伯格先生，尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。我非常高兴能够出席2023。
It gives me great pleasure to join you for this face-to-face meeting at the 2023 New Economy Forum. Since its inception in 2018, the forum has become an important platform to discuss global economic trends and cutting-edge issues, themed embracing instability and focused on addressing global challenges. This year's forum is of great significance. On behalf of the Chinese government, I wish to extend warm congratulations on the opening of this forum and sincere greetings to you all. At present, changes unseen in a century are unfolding at a faster pace across the world. Global economic recovery lacks momentum. Geopolitical tensions are compounded with the evolving economic landscape. Crises of food, energy, and debt are emerging. Having said that, the deepening of the new round of technological and industrial transformation has brought new opportunities for sustainable economic growth. All countries have a stronger aspiration for win-win cooperation. In view of the changes of the world, of our times, and of historical significance, Chinese President Xi Jinping made a major call of building a community with a shared future for mankind, and proposed the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, ushering Belt and Road cooperation into a new stage of high-quality development and contributing China's proposals to meet the common challenges of humanity and build a better world. Humankind is a community with a shared future, and a win-win cooperation is the sure way to success in doing great things that benefit all. China is ready to work with other countries to seize the development opportunities of our times, jointly address risks and challenges, and create a better future for mankind. Here, I wish to share with you 3 observations. First, promote cooperation through opening up. Economic globalization is a historical trend that is irresistible and irreversible. Global trade and investment are slowing down. Economic recovery remains sluggish and unbalanced. and various known and unknown challenges are confronting us. Against this backdrop, building an open world economy is all the more necessary and urgent. Unilateralism and protectionism lead nowhere. The issue of security cannot be overstretched. Decoupling, severing industry and supply chains, and the so-called de-risking will all only divide the global economy into many isolated islands. We need to follow the laws of economics, support multilateralism, promote the free flow of production factors in the global market, and build industrial and supply chains that are convenient, efficient, and secure. China has always been a supporter, participant, and beneficiary of economic globalization. After 45 years of reform and opening up, the Chinese economy is now deeply integrated into the world economy. As we speak, the 6th China International Import-Expo, or CIIE, is well underway in Shanghai. The CIIE has become a platform for China to promote high-level opening up and a global public good shared by all. China commits to advancing high-level opening up and steadily expanding institutional opening up of rules, regulations, management, and standards. We will provide more market and investment opportunities for companies from all over the world to share the dividends of China's institutional opening up. Second, foster growth drivers through innovation. What's the source of impetus for accelerated economic recovery and progress? Innovation. The new generation of information technologies such as the Internet, big data, and AI is advancing with each passing day. New energy and green and low-carbon technologies are developing rapidly. So how to keep the world economy growing in the long run tests the wisdom and courage of all countries. Since the beginning of this year, China's economy has been rebounding and improving on the whole, with a 5.2% growth for the first 3 quarters. New growth drivers are being nurtured at a faster pace. High-tech manufacturing and services also enjoy much higher growth than the average of the manufacturing sector. We need to seize the opportunities brought by the new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation, facilitate the integration of technology with the economy, increase the sharing of innovation results, and strengthen coordination and cooperation so as to better unleash the vitality of innovation and inject new impetus into the global economy. We should stay committed to the innovation-driven approach, vigorously promote the transformation and upgrading of economic, energy, and industrial structures, advance smart, green, and low-carbon development, and jointly respond to the challenge of climate change. Third, advance development through upholding peace. Geopolitical rivalry is intensifying across the world, and international and regional security hotspots are emerging one after another. All these speak to the fact that the world is unstable. We live on the same planet. The people of all countries are interconnected and interdependent, and the security of one country has an impact on that of others. We need to be more determined to resolve conflicts through dialogue and consultation and create a stable international environment that is conducive to development. The Chinese people value peace. The Chinese path to modernization is one of peaceful development. China is ready to work with the rest of the world to uphold world peace and security, pursue development and prosperity for all countries, jointly build a modernized world, share the achievements of development, security, and all civilizations, and build a community with a shared future for mankind in which everyone's interest is closely interlinked and everyone advances together. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, addressing global challenges requires cooperation and joint efforts of all countries. You all follow China-US relations closely. President Xi Jinping has stressed on many occasions that whether China and the United States can find the right way to get along bears on the future of humanity. The world is big enough for the two countries to develop themselves and prosper together. China always views and handles its relations with the United States in accordance with the three principles proposed by President Xi Jinping, namely mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and willing cooperation. More recently, as agreed by the two sides, China and the United States have had more important high-level interactions. These interactions have sent out positive signals and raised the expectations of the international community on the improvement of China-US relations. A stable and sound China-US relationship is the common expectation of people from all sectors in our two countries and the international community as a whole. We're ready to strengthen communication and dialogue with the United States at all levels, advance mutually beneficial cooperation, properly manage differences, and jointly address global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, uncertainties and instabilities in the international landscape can be both a source of pressure and a motivating force that will encourage us to think creatively, adapt to changes, and rise to challenges. Let us work with the courage of innovation, the strength of solidarity, and the wisdom of cooperation to turn instability into stability and create a better future for all of us. In closing, I sincerely wish this forum a full success. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Editorial Director of Bloomberg New Economy, Eric Schatzker.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Singapore in the 2023 New Economy Forum. What an exceptional way to start. As you can see, there's a little bit of commotion in the room, and while that plays out, I think it's worth taking a moment to reflect on the state of the world right now. You've heard a bit about that in the last few minutes. Tension, suspicion, mistrust. As Mike Bloomberg said, we started the forum 6 years ago to bridge divides, the divide between the East and West, the divide between the global North and the global South. Bringing together top decision makers from across the planet made a lot of sense back then. I think you would agree today, with geopolitical rivalries intensifying and trade fragmenting, it feels so much more urgent. There is simply too much at stake on all sides to allow dialogue to break down. That's why, of course, having Vice President Han here today And John Kerry, the White House Special Envoy for Climate, here on Friday, means so much. We're honored that they recognize our commitment to engagement, a commitment, I should add, that our host Singapore deeply shares, as you will no doubt hear tonight at the gala dinner from Prime Minister Lee himself. Now, I want to tell you a bit about the thinking behind our program at this year's New Economy Forum. As you heard from Mike and from Vice President Han, our forum theme is embracing instability. Now, I'll tell you, one of the hardest things about planning an event of this scale and ambition is figuring out, long before we gather here in Singapore, what the theme should be. 6 months ago, the world was already a very unstable place. Obviously, we had war in Ukraine, we had deteriorating US-China relations, and we had the emergence of a new multipolar system with strategic competition for control and influence everywhere. Now, with this war in the Middle East, there is even more instability, and with it, I should add, very unpredictable outcomes. So, what do you do about it? What do we do about that? You can accept this instability, you can adapt to instability, or you can rise to the challenges it presents and discover opportunity where others see despair. That is embracing instability.
This is the world you thought you knew.
Though Israel didn't start this war, Israel will finish it.
Lives are hanging in the balance, and every life is sacred.
We don't have the luxury of choosing only one threat and one challenge. So NATO allies also have the capability to address the situation in the Middle East.
We are not and will not be immune from a slowdown in China.
Economic protectionism serves only the hegemony of a few powerful players.
So much has changed. New powers are rising.
There must be a contest of ideas at home.
New alliances are forming. New technologies are emerging. New threats are looming.
They are not isolated incidents, but are part of a disturbing and menacing pattern.
Instability is the new normal. We must recognize it.
There are global challenges that we will not be able to meet without China.
We must understand it.
We have so many African countries in a situation of debt distress.
We must embrace it.
There is nothing that gives me more hope than our capacity to work together in common purpose.
This is the Bloomberg New Economy Forum.
Please welcome our panelists, Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Singapore, His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnan, and our moderator, Head of Economics and Government of Bloomberg, Stephanie Flanders.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. We have plenty to discuss. The rise of economic statecraft has been a theme of this forum pretty much since it started, because we've started to see more and more in this world of instability, governments using economic tools to achieve geopolitical objectives, often putting geopolitics ahead of economics in a way we haven't seen for decades. And I think we're going to see that in lots of the conversations over the next few days, whether it's affecting the way businesses are reviewing, at least, their supply chains, or the way that geopolitics is framing governments' choices around their path to net zero. But we're starting this morning, I'm delighted to say, by hearing the perspectives from two linchpin economies that in some sense are caught in the middle of these developments, facing the effects of great power rivalries, but also potentially able to benefit from not picking a side. So I think we have plenty to discuss about Saudi Arabia and Singapore, how they view the world and what it means for the rest of us. I wanted to start with the relationship, your perspective on the relationship which animates so much of this whole debate, the relationship between the US and China. We've heard from the Vice Premier this morning. I think I would say in recent months, maybe just weeks, there's a sort of change of mood music. We've heard Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor. We've heard Janet Yellen emphasize interdependence of US-China, maybe more than they had in the past. We have President Xi meeting President Biden next week. So I wanted to ask both of you, but perhaps start with Your Excellency. How do you view this? Do you see this as a real a move away from this sort of march towards decoupling, or something more just a change of mood music?
Well, thank you, Stephanie, and let me start by acknowledging the great role that Singapore, as our host, plays globally as a convener of great minds like that have been gathered here, and also the role that Michael Bloomberg and the Bloomberg Foundation are doing to bring us together at a very important time, as already said. It is unfortunate that we are meeting at a time of heightened crisis around the world, certainly in the Middle East, where I come from. We're troubled and we're pained by the suffering at the human level in Gaza, as much as we're pained by the losses of life on the other side on October 7. But through this crisis, through the crisis in Europe, through multiple other hotspots around the world, we see through them, hopefully, towards a better future. And I think we in Saudi Arabia are focusing on our long-term objectives of creating prosperity and creating an example in the Middle East and the broader areas around us, where focus on the betterment of people is a much better alternative than ideological tension and conflicts with one's neighbors. Going back to the bigger question on the China US relationships, I agree with you, Stephanie, that pragmatism is surfacing. We heard it from the Vice President today, a call for collaboration and coexistence between the world's two economic superpower and geopolitical powers as well. We in Saudi Arabia have traditionally have had a very strong relationship with the US, going back to the creation of the third Saudi state in the 1930s. And of course, that relationship has gotten from strength to strength through different administrations, different phases of the global geopolitical shifts that have taken place, and we enjoy very strong relationships today with the United States. Our relationship with China has been also strong and improving over time. China is our biggest trading partner. biggest importer of Saudi exports, whether it's energy, chemicals, and other goods, and at the same time, they are our biggest exporter of industrial goods, and that relationship is set to continue to strengthen. And we hope we, like Singapore, can play a role in promoting dialogue and cooperation between these two countries.
There's a lot there that we will get into, but Minister Balakrishnan, on the state of the world right now in US-China relations.
Well, let me start by clarifying a point you made. Saudi Arabia is a linchpin of the global economy. Singapore is not. We are a derivative economy. We are the canary in a coal mine. Meaning, if globalization proceeds, if the world is stable, if China and the US get along, then this tiny city-state in the heart of Southeast Asia, whose trade is 3 times our GDP, who has no oil and gas but is one of the world's major bunkering ports, significant refining and petrochemical industry, a part of the world, a point in the world where 5% of wafer fab capacity is in, 10% of semiconductors manufacturing, and 20% of semiconductor manufacturing equipment is in. So I'm laying out all this to say that in Singapore, we view the global developments and instability from a point of great anxiety. What are the key currents that give us pause? Number one, since the end of the Second World War, there's in effect been a single economic operating system, underwritten, envisioned by the United States. The fall of Berlin Wall, collapse of the Soviet Union meant the competitor was ended. And the opening up of China in 1978, and in particular the ascension to the WTO, meant that an economy with 1.4 billion people booted up into that same operating system and was complementary with the United States. And in that kind of world, based on the economic paradigm of economies of scale and efficiency, a place like Singapore thrived. America is the largest foreign investor in Singapore. Singapore's largest trading partner is China, but Singapore's largest trading partner for services remains the United States of America. If you ask China who's the largest source of foreign investments into China, you'll find little Singapore somewhere high up on that list. Now, particularly with the US and China, I differentiate between climate and weather. Right now, I think the weather is a bit sunnier. They're preparing for the APEC meeting, and we all hope the President Xi and President Biden will have a good meeting. So the weather is improved. But I think the climate, the relationship between the United States and China is not in such a happy place. And let me give you some data behind that. For probably the first time in a very long time, within the last 1 year or so, if you ask China, add up your trade, China's trade with Latin America, with Africa, with the global South, and Southeast Asia. Add that up, and then you add up China's trade with the US, EU, and Japan. Which column is higher? And the answer now is China's trade with Latin America, Africa, global South, and Southeast Asia exceeds that of United States, EU, and Japan. So the point is, never mind what politicians say, just follow the data, follow the money. Bifurcation is already well underway. Next point, When the United States talks about interdependence, or when China talks about peaceful coexistence, mutual respect, and win-win cooperation, actually the more fundamental deficit is that of strategic trust between the two of them. China's relationship with the United States was not that of the USSR with the United States, which was trying to operate two rival operating systems. In the case of China and the United States, they were actually complementary within the same operating system. In fact, that's why for decades, with China manufacturing and then sending all its surpluses back into the United States through purchases of treasury bills, that's why we've all enjoyed low-cost manufactured goods for decades. That's why, in fact, interest rates have been low globally for a long time, because China was supplying capital, and the United States still has the exorbitant privilege of the world's reserve economy. Well, when that honeymoon ends, and it looks like it is beginning to end, the days of disinflation and low interest rates are over. And you can see that in the data now. So I think the weather has improved, the climate has not. And that's what we all have to be concerned about. And in the case of Singapore, the canary in the coal mine, we worry. And what we are trying to do is to survive. And if, however, they do arrive at a new modus vivendi, and we hope we do, then we're in business.
Excellency, you started rightly also by mentioning the awful crisis unfolding in the Middle East. We can't. You rightly also focused us on the humanitarian consequences of that conflict, which we're seeing unfolding and are horrific for both sides. But if you'll forgive me, I want to focus on the implications for the rest of the world and for the region. For Saudi Arabia, how does this conflict in Gaza affect the way you're looking at Saudi Arabia's plans for the future and for the region?
Well, I mean, from the regional transition to a region of prosperity, I think it reminds us of something that has existed in the Middle East for many, many decades, since the 1940s, which is a big part of the Middle East. The Palestinian people have had their basic rights, taken away, and the right for statehood and peaceful existence unfulfilled, and it's time to use this awful situation now to bring that to the fore and to resolve it. Saudi Arabia has put forward the Arab Peace Plan for a long time, and we remain eager to see that plan come into fruition through a peaceful process. You will see this week, in the next few days, Saudi Arabia convening an emergency Arab summit in Riyadh. You will see Saudi Arabia convening an Africa-Saudi summit in Riyadh, and in a few days, you will see Saudi Arabia convening an Islamic summit. And in the short term, the objective of bringing these three summits and other gatherings under the leadership of Saudi Arabia would be to drive towards a peaceful resolution of the conflict. But through the storm, following on the weather analogy, we see what's beyond it. And what's beyond it is an imperative for countries in the Middle East to work towards prosperity of the people and the economy. And Singapore, again, plays a role as a role model, because this part of the world has had its challenges and its tensions. And if you look in Asia in general, but certainly in Southeast Asia, and say, what is the role model for a country that has focused appropriately on its economic development and avoided getting embroiled in regional tensions, and built prosperity for its people that has also pulled the rest of the region around it. I think Singapore clearly stands out, not only in Asia, but the rest of the world. So that's what Saudi Arabia is focusing on. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had the Middle East's largest and most vibrant economic summit in Riyadh, the FII conference. Over 6,000 leaders gathered in Riyadh, focusing on economic prosperity, addressing the climate transition, the digital transition with all of the technological changes, healthcare post-pandemic, and what do we do, how do we invest in ensuring that another pandemic will not happen, and if it happens, will be managed much more effectively through global cooperation, bringing entrepreneurs, young people, educators to lead for the new economy that this conference is titled on.
You talk about, I want to just follow up with a couple of short questions and then we go, but you talk about the path to prosperity and peace in the region that we have to try and find out of this. Is normalization of relations with Israel now off the table for Saudi Arabia? Obviously not this week, but when you think about that path.
You know, when those discussions were taking place, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was clear that it is contingent on a pathway to peaceful resolution of the Palestinian questions. That was on the table, it remains on the table, and obviously the setback over the last month has brought that, has clarified why was Saudi Arabia so adamant that resolution of the Palestinian conflict has to be part of a broader normalization in the Middle East, which again goes back to the Arab peace plan that was put forward by Saudi Arabia decades ago, that saw a way forward for a normal Middle East where all countries in the Middle East would have normal relationships and would be focusing on economic prosperity, which is the common theme today.
And the final thing, this is a panel on economic statecraft. We talk about using economic tools for geopolitical objectives. Would you consider using economic tools, the oil price, for example, to achieve a ceasefire?
Maybe you don't need to answer
well, first of all, that is not my mandate. That is not my mandate today.
Just between us.
And I can tell you that that is not on the table today. Saudi Arabia is trying to find peace through peaceful discussions.
Okay, so Singapore, the bellwether, not the linchpin, but the connector, the everything to all people country. You're watching this from afar.
We see this from afar, but we are good friends with both Palestinians and Israel. I think we're one of the few countries that we regularly visit, both Tel Aviv and Ramallah. First, it's an absolute humanitarian disaster. I mean, there's no other way of describing it. It's a crisis, a truce is needed, people need help. But if you zoom out, what this illustrates is that you can't have economics without the political questions resolved first. I think in the initial euphoria of the Abraham Accords, there was that sense that, well, let's just focus on economic development, bringing prosperity. Maybe somehow, wishfully, magically, the unresolved political questions will disappear. Well, I think the events in Gaza have illustrated that you do need to resolve the Palestinian issue right up front, in center. From where we sit, we think there's no viable alternative except for a two-state solution. And in fact, part of the problem is that in both the Palestinian people and in Israelis, the domestic support for a two-state solution has been falling in recent decades. But the problem is, if you have an ascendancy of one-state thinking on both sides, and if you think carefully about it, one state must mean, by definition, the violent elimination of the other people. And if we assume that that's not possible, then you do need cool-headed people in the middle of the political milieu in both the Palestinians and on the Israeli side to get together and say, look, how are we going to live and let live? Gaza is half the size of Singapore and has only 1/3 the population of Singapore. So, yes, Gaza is densely populated, but Singapore is even more densely populated. But the point is, if Singapore did not exist in a global system where generally there has been peace, where we could find our place in the global value chain and generate jobs and living for our people, we would be in a very, very tough spot. So anyway, you do need to resolve the two-state solution. But let me tell you why I worry beyond the Middle East. Right now, you have a hot war in Europe, Ukraine. You already have a war in Gaza. The problem is whether you're going to get a regional conflagration. And I know you put him on the spot with the question about oil price. Well, the real issue is that if you have a regional conflagration, and in particular, Iran gets into the act, I think you can easily imagine the impact of this on global oil supplies and therefore the price, and the impact on all the rest of us. There's one more sub-factor which is worth remembering. The difference between 1973 and 2023 is that the United States is now an energy exporter, net, which is very different from the situation in 1973. And you need to pass the implications of that. Now, going beyond the Middle East, you will now have a world stage, hot war in Europe, war in the Middle East with possible conflagration, and you've got tripwires in the Pacific, Taiwan and South China Sea. And if you tot up on a ledger the countries align on either side of these conflicts or tripwires all around the world, I'm very uncomfortable that it's the same cast of characters on either side of those lines. And therefore, you know, I don't want to be excessively alarmist, but the last time that happened globally was the First World War. So this is a moment of danger. I wouldn't say it's highly likely. It's less likely, but the probability is not zero, and it's got profound implications on peace and prosperity.
I'm interested for Singapore. You mentioned quite rightly that we now have not one but two hot wars that the US is facing. There's quite a lot
and tripwires in the Asia Pacific.
And tripwires. Well, this is the interesting question. So is it good or bad news for Singapore, for relations in Asia, if the US is now preoccupied with these two hot wars?
No, it's not. It's never good news for there to be wars. It's never good news for the world's preeminent superpower to be distracted or caught in a quagmire. Look, terrorists do not have a solution for the world. They don't have a new technology, a new way of organizing society, a new way of optimizing the economy and bringing us new wealth. But they will cost us a lot of blood and a lot of pain. The real developmental opportunities for the world right now is what we're going to do in AI, in quantum computing, in semiconductors. What are the opportunities in biotechnology and the global energy transformation? We need the world, the scientists, the politicians and economists and the companies, the private sector. We focus on the opportunities in these new frontiers. If we get a world that's caught up in war and distracted in ultimate strategic dead ends, disaster, then actually I see glimmers of hope. And as a diplomat, I have to be optimistic. Otherwise,
now
what's
he
the
says
point
he's
of waking up?
optimistic. We took a while to get to the optimism.
Yes.
We're going to run out of time, but there's
Yes,
a couple
I'm
of very
watching the
important things. I mentioned at the start that you are both economies who you could describe as being from the have your cake and eat it school in this world of divisions. Is it sustainable to not pick a side? The minister has mentioned that it's the same players behind many of these tripwires and these disputes on each side. So briefly to both of you, can you continue? You're increasing your very strong investment relations with China. Can you maintain that and the partnership with the US?
Well, that's the intent. We will continue to grow our economic relationships with any and all countries that have common interests with us. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has many cards that we're playing to our advantage: our location, our great energy endowment, conventional fossil fuels, but increasingly renewables. We are today the undisputed leader in developing green and blue hydrogen and ammonia from that, and starting to export to economies in Europe, in the Far East. We're connecting to countries not only in the Middle East, but in India and Europe, as you have seen through data cables, through energy linkages, through ports. And you have seen the IMEC agreement on the sidelines of the G20, but we're also strongly economically interconnected with China. Our Riyadh as a financial hub is growing in significance, and we're drawing capital in as much as we've been exporting capital over many, many decades. And we are actively engaged with all of these global economic centers. Southeast Asia, centered around Singapore, is a very important economic connectivity that is already strong, and we're building out. And like I said in the beginning, I am a believer that wisdom on both sides, from China and the US, will cool down the rhetoric about this natural strategic competition as China approaches the US in terms of its economic side. But I think ultimately there will be peaceful coexistence between these two superpowers, and Saudi Arabia will thrive.
When Singapore says no, it's because of our own enlightened long-term national interests, and not because we are someone else's cat's paw or proxy or stalking us. So far we've been able to maintain good, honest, close relationship with both sides on the basis of honesty, transparency, and consistency.
Okay.
So we get by.
Final question. We started at the beginning by talking about the current state of affairs, particularly with US and China. In a year's time, we may be sitting here, and I think the bookmakers would say there's a decent chance that President Donald Trump will have been re-elected. How, briefly, how does that affect the world that we've been talking about?
Well, I think that President Trump and President Biden are two completely contrasting personalities.
You think?
But no, the hypothesis I want to make, however, is that if you look at economic policy from Washington, both President Trump and President Biden, what have you seen? There has been bifurcation from China. There has been a focus on trying to rebuild industrial capacity within the United States. There is greater skepticism about globalization and about global supply chains and free trade. There is, I hope, even if President Trump comes back, a sense that climate change is real and that there are opportunities in new energy. So I focus on what is consistent and what seems to be bipartisan. So again, my point today is distinguish between weather and climate. I think the political climate in the United States has changed. And yes, it does make a difference who is president, but some things are not going to change at the strategic level.
Trump 2.0. You get the final word.
Well, I talked about our relationship with the US since the 1940s, and I think it will evolve, but it will continue to grow stronger and stronger no matter who is leading and which party is in office.
And I think the audience can debate whether that directly follows from some of the previous things that we've discussed. But thank you very much to both of you. We're going to be discussing the Middle East in a little while with the former US ambassador to Israel. But in the meantime, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the last 4 decades or so, globalization has powered the world economy.
After the end of the Cold War, what really accelerated was the economic integration of big nations.
As I signed the North American Free Trade Agreement into law, we are ready to compete.
What made sense for businesses from a profit motive standpoint, from a cost and efficiency standpoint, was generally also supported by governments when it came to developing really complicated supply chains around the world.
The more countries work together, the more their economies are linked, the more likely they are to be at peace with each other, and that therefore is good for the world.
We're clearly not on that path anymore. There's a lot of uncertainty about what is ahead.
There is a group of economies who are navigating the middle of this geopolitical divide. You can call them the connector economies.
It's a rethinking of globalization and to some extent a regionalization, and it changes everything.
Please welcome our panelists, Chair of the Board of Directors of MasterCard and Dean Emeritus and Professor at Columbia University, Merritt Janow, Group Chief Executive of HSBC, Noel Quinn, CEO and President of Volvo Cars, Jim Rowan, and our moderator, Editorial Director of Bloomberg New Economy, Eric Schatzker.
Hi again, everyone. Before we begin this discussion, I want to bring something up on the screen. It's important, actually. So many of you have traveled so far. I'm determined that you make the most of your time here at the forum. You'll see a QR code pop up. It's super important. It unlocks a world of possibilities on your smartphone. You've been through this drill before, so you know what I'm talking about. It allows you to submit questions to moderators like me, and it allows you to participate in live polling. Is the QR code? There it is. So please do me a favor. Pull your smartphone out of your pocket. Scan the QR code because we're about to begin the first of our live polls here at the 2023 New Economy Forum. I would like you to vote right now on the following. The biggest winner from global supply chain restructuring will be A, Africa, B, the Indian subcontinent, C, Latin America, or finally D, Southeast Asia. Again, you can participate in that poll by scanning this QR code, and we here on this panel, Globalization 2.0, will be talking about the results. Merritt, Noel, Jim, great to have you here.
Thank you.
If you asked most people who have anything to do with economics, multinational business, global trade, they'd tell you that it's obvious, right? That the global economy isn't reverting to the free movement of goods, free movement of labor, free movement of capital, the hyperglobalization that reached its peak not long before the COVID-19 pandemic. Some people call that deglobalization, some people call it reglobalization. But I think it's worth pointing out that we heard something completely different from Vice President Han just moments ago. In fact, he talked about globalization being inevitable and irresistible. He talked about the necessity of an open world economy. He talked about supporting multilateralism and promoting the free flow of, I think he called them production factors. Many of you here heard his words live. Is the world that he wants to go back to, the world that he envisions for the future, still possible, Merit?
Well, thank you. Good morning. It's nice to be here and have this conversation with you and colleagues. Well, I welcome those words by China. I think those, and it would be very helpful to see continued opening of the Chinese economy. So if that's part of the message, I certainly welcome that. I don't see the world as deglobalizing. I see changing shifts. Part of my life is as an academic. I work with a lot of academic institutions. I think there's a lot of research that has shown that manufacturing may have peaked, but we've out of the period of hyper-globalization, but continuing. You're seeing shifts in patterns of manufactured trade. You're seeing continued growth in services. But what you're also seeing, I think, are pressures within economies and the introduction of new policies that are obviously raising concerns about fragmentation. That's one of the themes of this conference. But at this point, it's not clear how far this is going to go. But I think there's an overcharacterization of deglobalization. The days, however, of creating multilateral trade rounds for large-scale global liberalization are not with us. I think what we are seeing are more regional arrangements. And of course, this region has been a place of great dynamism around that, whether it's RCEP or on digital, DEPA, or CPTPP, and so forth. So I think there are these regional trends, and there are other trends around areas that have no history of rules, which are more coalitions of the willing for sort of non-binding, but nevertheless foundational principles. So I see a multi-layered world where there's some restructuring of supply chains for both economic and policy reasons. There's experimentation, but it's not a world of stark deglobalization, but pressures for fragmentation.
Noel, Jim, I want to hear from both of you on this subject as well. Can we go back to the kind of globalization that we knew, at the very least, until the late 2010s, and which, as Vice President Han pointed out, had been enormously beneficial to China?
I've got three comments. To try and describe the world in a binary fashion normally gets you into trouble. So to stay where we were, no change, or everything goes back to the way it was before then, deglobalization. The world is too complex to describe in a binary state. I think there are four key factors at play at the moment. Clearly, there are two very obvious ones, geopolitics being the obvious one. Resilience post-COVID, everyone learned the stretch that we're in supply chains during COVID, and I think resilience is a factor. I think innovation's a factor. Innovation around technology generally, or innovation around energy supply that's taking place. They're going to change supply chains. Innovation is changing business models for an awful lot of industries. And the final factor, when you talk about China, China itself is changing its economic growth model. The economic growth model of the past 3 to 4 decades is changing with their intent. They're going more towards driving domestic consumption as a growth factor for the economy, as opposed to manufacturing and export. You put those four factors together, the world is going to change. I don't think it's going to change uniformly for all industries, and I don't think it's going to change uniformly for all business models. But we've got to accept the fact it's changing. But I don't buy into the binary extremes of deglobalization or full globalization as it was. I'm more in the reglobalization. But there is a binding constraint. This is my third point. Economics. The world is struggling today with high inflation and high interest rates, causing low growth, both economic pressures and social pressures. you go to a full world of deglobalization where supply chains have to be repapered fundamentally from just in time to absolutely at home. The economics that we're experiencing today, I think, are going to be magnified hugely. So the binding constraint on how those four factors play out, I think, will be economics. I don't think the world can afford even higher inflation of repapering every supply chain. I don't think the world can afford the social unrest that would come from that and higher interest rates and low economic growth. That change process would take decades, and it would be challenging.
Jim, automakers like Volvo are as highly exposed to supply chain dynamics as any companies in the world. So I'm curious, in addition to answering this question, perhaps you can provide us with some context and explain, from your point of view, how dramatically conditions in global trade have changed over the past several years and where you think they're headed.
Yeah, and I think it's way beyond the last several years. Even when we went through this massive phase of hyper-globalization, there was changes, there was nuances, and people had to pivot and understand. Remember, if you go back 15 years, there was a China plus one strategy. That was 15 years ago, people were starting to talk about that. Now it's starting to be implemented with a little bit more gusto. But the nuances of hyper-globalization was always there as people moved more and more. And this building the east and sell to the west, of course, became the prominent business model. But it's changed in the last 5 years. When you put a tax tariff of 25% on a car that is manufactured in China to be sold to the USA, you automatically change the business model at that point. And people who are paying attention back in 2015 and 16 realized that. But there's been hundreds of small instances along the same continuum. The pandemic was one of those. But I agree completely with all. This is not binary at all. This is going to be very, very nuanced, in my opinion, and it drives four things. The variation that we see in supply chains now, the value that is created, the volatility that you see in certain instances as well. And of course, the single biggest thing is the visibility, especially for car manufacturers. We're making investment decisions 4, 5, 6 years into the future, and no one has a crystal ball. So you've got to factor all of those into the equation when you're making those big multi-billion-dollar decisions. And that does lead us to now build where you sell and source where you build, much more in the past. Again, it's not binary, but the continuum has moved to much more in-region, for-region.
Build where you sell and source where you build.
And we started that 5 years ago when we first started to see those large tax tariffs become prevalent in the marketplace.
Merritt, I want to come back to you. Clearly, some of the transformation that we're witnessing in trade and investment is being driven by market forces. We've heard about some of them, the kinds of things that Jim deals with on a regular basis and Noel's clients deal with: cost, security, supply chain diversification. But I want to know a little bit more from you about the policy side, and then, of course, from Jim and Noel as well. Jim just talked about tariffs. That's one sort of policy weight, if you will, on global trade. But now we have this new wave of interventionist industrial policy, like the Inflation Reduction Act. Where's that taking us?
Well, the Inflation Reduction Act is, as well as the CHIPS Act and the Infrastructure Act, they have a variety of objectives in mind. Some include basic R&D. Some are coming out of a resilience motivation because of a desire to continue to be a force in semiconductor production in the United States, and part is a decarbonization agenda. So there are a variety of agendas, I think, implicated in really historic pieces of legislation, but they also speak to, obviously, very large subsidies. And those coexist in an environment in the United States where there are also more investment screening and restrictions, some export restrictions. So when we talk about industrial policies in the United States or around the world, I think we have to be looking at a range of instruments of interventions, not just subsidies, but subsidies are the largest. some countries, and particularly developed economies, seem to be doing this, quite a few. Europe has developed its own semiconductor strategy. China has its version. So there are a number of countries, especially developed, but also China, that are using these tools or have for a long time. And there are many others who won't be able to use those instruments. And so, they're finding and figuring out other approaches, which is what I think you're seeing in Southeast Asia and other parts of the world.
Noel, does it feel to you like the outcome of these policies that we're just talking about now are on the whole positive, or is there a significant risk of beggar thy neighbor protectionism, for example, and other knock-on effects like the ones you had alluded to earlier, for example, inflation?
There's always a risk of protectionism. I think we'd be naive if we didn't think domestic politics comes into play in international trade. But I also wouldn't, the IRA Act was a very positive fiscal measure to stimulate a certain set of outcomes, particularly around sustainability. But there are other means used by other geographies to create similar economic outcomes. We just heard from His Excellency in the Middle East. There's economic diversification taking place in the Middle East. The fiscal policy being used there is the sovereign wealth funds. They're changing the shape of the Middle East economy. As a consequence, China in the Middle East, Asia in the Middle East, India in the Middle East, they're getting closer because they're using their sovereign wealth funds where the US is using the Inflation Reduction Act. All countries will use whatever they have available to them for their economic interests. So I wouldn't make it purely a political play. It's an economic reality. Economies have to change. I want to go back as well on supply chain. I remember visiting a client in Bangladesh about 8, 9, 10 years ago. And Bangladesh had already become the largest garment producer, larger than China back then, for a major retailer in the West. Change in supply chains is not a new phenomenon. It's happening all the time. But it does get influenced by government policy. You get influenced by economic necessity. The Middle East want to diversify their economy. They will get closer. There's huge opportunities taking place now. I think just in the last year, 18 months, $50 billion worth of deals have been signed between China and the Middle East. And there's about a pipeline of around $2 trillion still to be worked on. That will change supply chains.
Mm-hmm. Jim, Volvo's an automaker with an all-EV strategy. What's it like to navigate the subsidy maze?
Yeah, and it's a transition. So you don't go from being a 100-year-old company or almost a 100-year-old company that was predominantly built on internal combustion engine and then automatically switch to EV overnight. So you need to go through that transition phase, which means for a period of time, you're actually running two supply chains. That becomes complex. But you've got to go through that journey. But you've got to believe to say, we are going to be a fully electric company by a certain point in time so that you can take both your own company and your supply base through that journey. And you can do that in a measured and progressive way. But even then, it's going to be nuanced. Because different parts of the world are moving towards full electrification at different speeds, partly driven by infrastructure, partly driven by legislation. And so that's another nuance. Now, I'm neither an optimist nor a pessimist. I'm a realist and a pragmatist. And I think at the end of the day, pragmatism will win the day. And what I mean by that is that our job as leaders in business is not to really try and predict the future. Of course, that's part of it. Our job is to position our companies to be able to react quickly and decisively and sure-footedly when those changes happen. So when we see different ecosystems develop around the world, let's say in the auto industry, if you look in China, you see it as a different ecosystem. YouTube versus Bilibili, WeChat versus WhatsApp, Google Maps versus Navi Maps. You need to be able to make sure that you can understand both of those, but still have a global product. And that's really where where the nuance comes in. So I don't think it's our job really to say we know exactly what the future is going to be. I think our job is to say we're going to position our companies with enough flexibility and enough resilience that we can, and we've done that. I mean, just look at the last 5 years with the pandemic. Lithium prices spiked by almost 10 times. We had a problem with semiconductors. All of those things get poured in on a daily basis, so it comes back to supply chain resilience.
I'm an optimist. I saw duplicate supply chains as a great financing opportunity.
Noel, I'll stick with you on this one. Companies, of course, are looking for alternatives to building or sourcing in China, and the term of art used to describe this trend is de-risking. HSBC is the single biggest trade finance bank in the world with a huge footprint in Asia. So among your clients, how powerful is this exodus from China?
I mean, I think China is also changing. I go back to the comment. China is changing its economic growth model. So its supply chains and its supply to the world is going to change over the next 10 to 15 years. It is already changing. If I look at just the statistics I'm seeing at the moment, in our banking of Chinese clients, there is more activity on those Chinese clients going out of China at this point in time than there is activity into China. So Chinese suppliers to the world are also changing their supply base. And they're diversing their supply base into other parts of Asia, other parts of the world. So I think their excess capacity or their intellectual property is not just confined to the landmass of China, it's actually also going beyond China, and we're certainly seeing that. I spoke to our CEO just recently in the last week in China, and he's seeing 70% growth in activity in helping Chinese clients diversify their business model outside of the landmass of China. So that's an interesting shift. I also see it going the other way, in that the multinationals of the world, Volvo being a classic example, are doing much more China for China. And still investing in what is going to be an interesting growth curve in the consumption market in China. I mean, if you look at the GDP per capita in the cities 20 years ago, how many of those had breached $12,000, which the economists of the world would say is a tipping point? Not many. You roll forward 20, 30 years, how many cities will have GDP per capita above $12,000? A huge amount. The urbanization is changing the consumption market. Therefore, if you're a supplier of product, would you want to be part of that? Economically? Yes. Politically? That's not my game. I look at the economics.
Merritt, you talk to a wide range of CEOs. What are you hearing from them about their strategies vis-a-vis China?
Yeah, I do talk about China with many different industries, and I think the responses are different by industries. So I'm pleased we have an automotive leader here, because I do think there is a lot of innovation happening in China, in EV batteries, et cetera. So sometimes the discussion gets a bit skewed into thinking that innovation is only happening outside. There's a lot of innovation happening in that sector in China. So I would think for your industry, it's really essential to be there for lots of different reasons. So a China for China strategy, I think, is something one hears a lot of. I say for other industries like MasterCard, it's a pretty incredibly innovative environment, and also one of growth of consumption, where it's important also to be there. So it depends by industry very much, and there are some areas where economics are pushing China out of China, Chinese firms, obviously, and into this region. So I think you're calling this connectors. It's not a term I've yet fully adopted, but I think it's the right concept, is that you're seeing Chinese investment in the region, other forms of investment, both for the global markets and back for China. So there is And those are some of the dimensions of the restructuring that I'm seeing that are mostly market-driven, but also influenced by policy and concerns, obviously, about technology.
Jim, Volvo's owned by a Chinese company, Geely. Does that make it easier or harder for you to crack the China question?
So we're publicly listed on the stock exchange in Stockholm. So we're a public company that is governed by the rules and regulations of the stock exchange in Stockholm, but we have high ownership from the Geely Group. And there's massive benefits for us in that. We can share that technology, we can share those investments across a bigger group and get more leverage. So that's the huge benefits. But to Merit's point, there is a huge amount of innovation that happens inside China on key technologies. There's a huge amount of innovation that happens outside China, in Europe, in the USA, and even other parts of the world. Our job, I think, is to try and harness all of that great innovation and pull that together into a single product that can get that into the hands of the customers and thereby differentiate ourselves against our competition. That's the strategy. And that, I think, can work well. I don't really think it's about China and non-China. If you just look at some of the things that's happening around the world, the Green Deal in Europe, for example, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, subsidies in all its various forms for EV around the world, driving towards a more sustainable economy, direct to customers, consumer and the e-commerce engine that has been driven by that. All of these things they're nuanced, but it's not China. It's not bifurcation or China and non-China. This is just a more complex world that we live in today. I think it's tremendously exciting. I think there's a huge amount of opportunities. I think we're going to come out the back end of this with renewed vigor, renewed resilience, having came through the pandemic, learned a hell of a lot from that, especially on the e-commerce side. And I think those economies that really, and those companies that really lean in and figure out how you can bring the best of the world back together in a slightly different format will be the ones that really succeed.
We began this panel by asking the audience to participate in a poll. I think we should reveal those poll results. Panelists, you can see them on the back wall here. We asked, who will be the biggest winner from global supply chain restructuring? Will it be Africa, the Indian subcontinent, Latin America, or Southeast Asia? As you can see, Southeast Asia, by far the winner. To conclude, let's get into a little more granular detail there. Forgive me, Merit. Who specifically? Can we talk about countries? Which countries in your mind are best positioned to come out as winners from the supply chain reorientation?
Well, I think, geography still matters. So I think that Mexico is going to be a beneficiary when it comes to North America. I do think this region, what's interesting is that Singapore, but the region is making efforts, I think, to integrate further. Obviously the numbers are saying Vietnam is a significant. So, you can point to a number, but I wouldn't land on just one.
Yeah, I think Mexico will be is benefiting as we speak. We're seeing a lot more activity taking place on nearshoring into the US. And then across the rest of Asia, I don't think there's any one country. The key ingredient is, it's not just can you manufacture, it's do you have the logistics to match the manufacturing. And that's what China's built over decades, manufacturing and logistics. And therefore, you've got to have manufacturing capacity, logistics capacity. I don't think there's any one country alone that can be the destination for anything that is in China, in Asia. I think multiple geographies will benefit. Vietnam is certainly, but there are, Malaysia is. I think it will depend. Certain garments are great in Bangladesh, other garments are far better in Sri Lanka. It's going to come down to many countries should be a recipient, not just one.
Jim, some of the decisions that you make help to determine who wins and who loses.
Well, I think when you have academia, when you have government, and when you have industry that can work truly together, you start to see great things happen. We've seen it here in Singapore. I've lived in Singapore for a number of years. And that triumphant of academia, industry, and government working together is a huge benefit. But I'll throw a few other things in there. One is talent, of course, access to talent and free access to talent, allowing inward talent to come in to fill in the gaps that you may have within your within your country. The second, of course, is the technology that talent helps to develop. And we're seeing that play out right now in semiconductors. Everybody's rushing towards the sub-5 nanometer semiconductor game. and that's going to help us with generative AI and the next wave of let's say, technology that's coming from that. The third thing, and we see this already if we look at the Inflation Reduction Act, is energy and energy security. We haven't spoke about that today, but if you're bringing in huge amounts of industry to your country and you really want to have green energy, then that plays a part. In actual fact, I think you'll see in North America that Canada will play a big part in battery production. Battery production is intensely energy required, and therefore having access to hydro, green, cheap energy is going to be another recipient. And that brings nuclear back on the table at some point in time.
Eric, if I may add, this conversation also hasn't spoken enough about the digital economy, and I would say that deserves a lot of consideration, because it's really not just services, it's services plus manufacturing. It's this big transformations that are happening. We also haven't mentioned Japan, which is actually in a really interesting state, I think, nor have we mentioned India. So just wouldn't want to leave the conversation without putting those on the table here.
Well, on that note, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to thank our panelists and join me in congratulating them.
Thank you.
Please welcome the former ambassador to Israel for the United States, Thomas Nides, and the head of economics and government of Bloomberg, Stephanie Flanders.
Hello again. I promise I'm not doing anything more today, but we did feel it was important to have more conversation around the current state of play in the Middle East, where it leaves that region, but also US policy, the role of America, and of course the ultimate goal of peace. Ambassador Thomas Nides, thank you very much for joining us. I know you're waiting to have your dinner in Washington, but we appreciate you hanging on for us. You've recently stepped down as ambassador, but I know you remain, particularly in light of recent events, very engaged in the region. So perhaps I should just start by asking you to give your brief take on where we are, where things will go in the next few days, or where they could go in the next few days and weeks.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me and my friends at Bloomberg, as well as you. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I had a little bit of a conflict. Let me just say, I say this without exaggeration. I think this could be and will be probably some of the toughest 30 days in Israel's history. This is what we're dealing with right now is something that Israel would never have thought could happen to them. What Hamas did to Israel on October 7th was as bad as the worst day of the Holocaust. The inability for them to defend themselves, but most importantly, the brutality of which Hamas did will forever be scarred in the minds of Israelis. I'd like to remind people it would be as if 330 million Americans, the population of the United States around there, all lost a family member in the Twin Towers. That is what Israel is going through. The amount of complete sorrow and devastation and focus. It took Hamas to bring the country together. So what's happening now? Again, I think this next 30 days is going to be exceptionally critical to Israel. They're trying to do four things at the same time. All of them are kind of contradictions to each other a little bit. One, they have to rid the country of Hamas. They've got to rid Gaza of Hamas. It's got to be done for not only for the security of the state of Israel, but for the region, and quite frankly, for the United States. Number two, they've got to find these hostages. There's 240 hostages, little kids, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, who are probably under these tunnels. They've got to figure out a way to get these hostages out. In fact, I met with hostage families this morning. It's devastating. Number three, they got to keep the Hezbollah out of this. Having a two-front war is very complicated. And I think President Biden's moving those ships into the Mediterranean certainly was a helpful sign and signal to Iran, don't screw with us. That's a diplomatic term, by the way. And fourth, and I think is really important, we should not lose sight of this, we've got to protect innocent lives. These Palestinian photos we're seeing, it's devastating. And I think this fight is not with the Palestinian people. This fight is with Hamas. And it breaks my heart to see these innocent kids and mothers and fathers get killed. And, Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. And this is their words, the more Palestinians that die is better for their cause, because their cause is to basically destroy the state of Israel. And they'll say this is about martyrism. So I say this is a devastating time for the Palestinians, for Israelis, of what's happened here. Hamas knows what they're up to. They're trying to create chaos, and they've done a good job with that, by the way, and they're trying to create a regional war. So Israel has got a very, very tough road here in the next 30 days and beyond, but something obviously I've spent a lot of time on and worry about all my friends and family that are being hurt and will continue to be suffering.
Israel and the US have ruled out a ceasefire for now, but Israel has also resisted even US calls for humanitarian pauses that we heard from the Secretary of State when he was in the region. Why is that not viable for Israel right now?
Well, I think on the ceasefire, I think it's clear we can't do a ceasefire because then Hamas wins, and ceasefires would cause enormous irreparable damage to the state of Israel and to the region. America has a lot of assets in the Middle East as well. It's not good for any of our friends. It's not good for the Saudis, the Emiratis. Hamas is a cancer that has to be dealt with. I am very much supportive of a pause to help on humanitarian stuff. We need to do a better job. There needs to be more caravans of trucks coming from Egypt on the Rafah Gate, crossing to go to southern Gaza. It's improved. It's not enough. We've got to make sure those people aren't suffering. And my assumption is that Israel will soon understand the importance of doing a pause and making sure that the humanitarian efforts are done, especially as it relates to the hostages. So I just like the president and many people believe a pause is necessary. And my assumption is working with the Israelis, that will happen sooner than later.
If you think about the big fears, there's a fear that we're seeing unfold in terms of the humanitarian consequences in Gaza. But looking ahead, people have been most concerned, as you mentioned, about a broader war, broadening of the war. But also, frankly, a fear that there is no plan on the Israeli side. And I know the US have been speaking to Israel about that. What is the plan for Gaza after the conflict ends, or at least if we reach that ceasefire point? And what's the US role in that?
Well, it's a very good question. And again, I don't blame Israel their plan today is to rid Hamas and to get those hostages out and to stop a northern front war. That's their goals. That's what they have to be focused on. The day after is very important. I know a lot of people are thinking about the day after. The day after cannot be Israel occupying Gaza for the long term, that's for sure. And it's going to have to be a regional, it's going to have to be the Egyptians, the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Qataris. We're going to need to have a full-fledged unified vision of what's going to look like in Gaza. Could be some of the PA. Listen, all of this has to be debated and conversations have to be taking place. I know Secretary Blinken's been in the region talking to all of our allies in the region. We're all in this together, folks. We got to get rid of Hamas. We're going to have to rebuild Gaza. We're going to have to take care of the Palestinians who have suffered. There's going to be work for a lot of people to do. Then ultimately, we have to think about what comes next, and obviously that's something that I've spent a lot of time and energy on. Prior to this, as you know, I was a big supporter of Saudi normalization because that was going to be the key to make this a safer region, and more importantly, also to do something for the Palestinian people, which would be part of that. I'm not giving up hope on that, and I know you spoke to the Saudis earlier today. I'm very much focused, and quite frankly, I think it's more important than ever. And I know that President Biden shares that view, and hopefully we can get that back on track, because at the end of the day, we need to have a two-state solution for the Palestinians. We need to have normalization with Saudi Arabia, that being Israel. It makes it a safer place for the United States and for the region as well.
You mentioned what the US policy and indeed Israeli policy in the last few years has been to sideline the Palestinians in effect, but use these regional agreements, whether it's the Abraham Accords or potentially the normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel, as the path to a more peaceful region. But I mean, that's failed, right?
Well, listen, obviously the previous administration, and I gave the Trump administration lots of credit for the Abraham Accords. I was a big advocate. Obviously, I wasn't part of that administration, but the normalization with Bahrain and Morocco and the UAE was exceptionally helpful, and I think it made the region safer. And quite frankly, it's actually in sort of way been helpful during this conflict as it is today. So I'm a big supporter of those normalization. Yes, you are 100% right. The Palestinians weren't part of that. And I think that, in retrospect, is a mistake. The President Biden has articulated many times that we need to have a vision and an opportunity to get a two-state solution together. And that is why I felt for the longest time the Saudi piece of this is a very important part of this. Again, it's not the only thing, but it's a big part of the long-term security for the region. And they're a big player, a very important player. And I think we got to make sure we're focused on that as we see the next, the months unfold. But you are right. Your question's right. The Palestinians, are not perfect either, to be clear, in the West Bank. But they want the same thing all of us want. They want to live in peace and opportunity. And again, this fight is not with the Palestinian people. As American ambassador, I probably spent more time on the Palestinian issue than I probably should have. But I felt strongly that if you're going to have a safe Israel, you need to have a real focus on the future of the Palestinian people. And I believe that in my heart today.
Just briefly, how do you read Iran's stance at the moment? Because I think there's at least been some who've been cautiously drawing optimistic conclusions from the relative restraint of the Iranians so far. But do you think that's illusory?
Listen, I don't trust the Iranians, so let's not get carried away here. But listen, I think regardless if you like Joe Biden or hate Joe Biden, Joe Biden says superpowers don't bluff. When those big, huge Navy ships moved into the Mediterranean with lots of airplanes on them, I think the Iranians got a clear sense that we weren't screwing around on this, that they need to stay out of this. They need to make sure that that Hezbollah, which is obviously their proxy, doesn't get engaged. You can't sleep on this. This is a very tense moment and tense time for Israel and for the United States. But yes, I think for the time, at least as of tonight, I think we have got Israel's back vis-a-vis the idea of a two-front war.
Just broadening out a bit, because we're obviously thinking about the global context here as well as events in the Middle East. This is just one of several conflicts. We obviously have Ukraine, grinding conflicts in Syria and Yemen. And in each of those, you have challenges to the US in one way or another from a collection of players, but often proxies of Russia and Iran. There are a number of commentators who look at that and see, indeed we heard it from the foreign minister of Singapore earlier, who look at those simmering tensions somewhat connected and say they fear that we see the sort of precursor to something as we saw in the just before World War I. Do you have that concern when you look at how this increasing number of wars are brewing and all of them challenges to the US?
Listen, America is America, and we have to, walk and chew gum at the same time. It's clear that the Ukraine-Russia thing is exceptionally important, and under a lot of leadership, we organized NATO to do something they haven't done since World War II, which is organize around making sure that Russia didn't do and continues to expand their abilities to cause havoc within Ukraine. I think ultimately, America and Europe are working on these issues collectively together. I'm not one of these people who is panicked. Clearly, America's not only their ability to use our means, but our ability to use diplomacy in a very important fashion, which I think that this administration is doing effectively to try to send messages to not only to our allies that we're with them, but also those who want to do harm to the United States and the rest of the world, that we're focused on it. So, listen, again, obviously, we live in a very complex world. You know, I'm sure the next 2 days there, you know better than most. You know, there's a lot of things, a lot of plates spinning at the same time. We got to deal with each plate at its time and focus on getting the right things done and the right leadership and sending the right messages.
Is Prime Minister Netanyahu done politically? How long can he remain in power, do you think? You know, I don't comment on Israel politics. Well, I would, but I can't do it right now. Listen, there's gonna be a reckoning here. There's one thing about Israelis and Jews and many of us. There will be a lot of self-reflection here. This is and was a catastrophic moment for the state of Israel, probably as big as the creation of the state in 1948, 75 years ago. And this is on their 75th anniversary this happened. And I assure you one thing, I just watched Golda, the movie that came out about the Yom Kippur War. I watched it last night. And as you recall, after that, what happened in the Yom Kippur War, there was a lot of examination of what happened. This, I believe, is much worse than even of that, because that was done by countries. This is done by a handful of terrorists. So there's going to be lots of recriminations and self-examination. So ultimately, the Israeli people will have to decide who their leadership is. We can't determine who it will be. But I am confident that the Israeli government and the Israeli people will look at what happened, examine and figure out who is held responsible, and more importantly, what changes they need to make so this doesn't happen again. Final question. I mean, the US has obviously been enormously visible, and particularly Secretary of State Blinken, in responding to this crisis and being in the region, though it has often felt like the US is not being listened to by either side, by Arab nations or by being lectured by Arab nations and not necessarily being listened to by Israel. Jack Lew has been confirmed a week ago as your successor as ambassador. He's there in the region now. You just told me he arrived a few days ago. What's your advice to him? How can you get people to listen to the US and end up on a better path?
Well, let's be clear. They listen to us. Let's make no mistake. I mean, one of the ministers when I was there made some crack to me when I was pushing back on the judicial reform, made some crack about, stay out of our business. And I responded, you really want America to stay out of your business? Really? And it's more true now than ever. Listen, there's no question. The United States is the indispensable ally to Israel. Everyone knows it. The region knows it. Certainly Iran knows it. Hezbollah knows it. Listen, if you look around the region, you ask the Emiratis and the Qataris and the Kuwaitis and the Saudis, their relationship with the United States and how important that is, it's important. And, we don't have to be a bully, but we make no mistake. These bilateral relationships are important to the United States for its security and for their security. So I'm very confident people are listening to us. And there's conversations you have in public, there's conversations you have in private. So I assure you, as we look at the future of the Middle East, the United States will play a material role in the security of the region and for our allies and for our own American interests as well.
Tom Nides, Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Right, the former ambassador gets his dinner. You get your coffee break now. I think it's worth reminding that we had a mention of Golda Meir there. We actually have a US president who's been so involved for so long in these things that he actually met Golda Meir, President Biden. But enjoy your coffee and please be back at 10 o'clock.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Please welcome the President of the Republic of Kosovo, Her Excellency Vjosa Osmani Sadril.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor. What an honor to be among some of the most brilliant entrepreneurial minds and business champions to discuss the future of global economy. I first visited Singapore a year ago, and immediately upon my arrival, it became evident that I needed to return to explore avenues to bring Singapore closer to Kosovo and Kosovo closer to Singapore. Today, I'm joined by a business delegation composed of some of the most successful companies from Kosovo, and delighted to have the chance to meet many of you that stand out as the epitome of success around the world. We're witnessing a profound transformation as the contours of the global economy and job markets are shifting. We find ourselves in the midst of a stimulating yet challenging transition. Kosovo, as a young republic, is no stranger to this change. As the youngest country in Europe, we have embarked on a journey of a value-based state building and have committed ourselves to securing our rightful place in the international community. As has been the case historically, countries actively use economic tools to shape their relationships with other countries around the world. We too have embraced economic diplomacy to promote Kosovo as an attractive destination for foreign investment, but also as a serious partner in addressing common economic challenges and in building a better, smarter, and a more resilient future. With the ever-rising security threats, cooperation is no longer a choice. It's an imperative. And as we become more and more exposed to transformative change, innovation, adaptability, and vision must turn into our guiding principles. The pandemic forced us to reevaluate the way we work, we communicate, and do business. In light of these developments, the job market is undergoing an unprecedented transformation. This challenge is particularly overwhelming for smaller economies, where resources are limited and the stakes are high. Coming from a small country myself, the world needs to remember that small countries and economies are not defined by limitations, but by possibilities. A country's size does not and should not define its economic potential. And equally so, the geographical distance between countries should not limit nor determine the span of partnerships between them. With every passing day, we witness how automation and AI are altering the employment landscape. Confronted with a vast democratic shift, we must commit to shaping this new world with inclusivity, gender equality, and innovation at its core. And while AI is mostly threatening jobs held by women, we must remain unwavering in preserving dignity and opportunities for women in the workforce. This is not just a matter of fairness. It is our gold ticket to unlocking untold riches of opportunity, empowerment, as well as progress for all. In the face of these developments, education, reskilling, and upskilling, as well as lifelong learning, should be a fundamental part of our culture. Partnerships focused on sharing resources, knowledge, and expertise are the necessary partnerships for a brighter, more resilient, sustainable, and smarter future. These are the partnerships that we hope to build with so many of you. Dear participants, Kosovo is blessed with the most precious resource, our youth. With 70% of our population under the age of 35, our youth is our greatest asset. They are the engine of our economic activity, the masterminds behind our economic policy, and the guarantors of our economic growth. Talented, high-skilled, tech-savvy, and multilingual, Our youth is well equipped to serve our market's needs equally as much as any of your market's needs. They could turn into the strongest link and the most important bond, bridging our businesses, countries, and societies. And as we embrace the challenges of this new era, I am confident that the nimbleness, adaptability, and determination of our youth is what can help us stand out in this fast-paced world. Witnessing how the rapid involvement of AI raises more and more question marks, let us not forget that the solutions to the people's problems can only come from the people themselves. And as we look for solutions, we must be reminded that our actions today will determine whether the evolving job market is marked by economic growth, integrity, ethics, as well as shared prosperity. Kosovo has an important story to share. We can play our part in contributing to solving the people's problem, and I hope you can let us be part of it. Kosovo is ready, Kosovo is able, and most importantly, Kosovo can deliver. Thank you very much.
Please welcome our panelists. President of the Republic of Kosovo, Her Excellency Vjosa Osmani-Sodril, CEO of Lipo Group Indonesia, John Riady, Managing Director and Vice Chairman of PIMCO, John Stuzinski, and our moderator, anchor for Bloomberg Television, Francine Lacqua.
Hi, everyone. So we have 30 minutes to talk about solving the people problem, which really is the underlying factor of everything that we do and everything that we count in the economy. Of course, the global labor market is undergoing some of the most profound and rapid shifts in modern history. The president also touched on that. AI is transforming the nature of work across industries. Demographics and immigration policies are creating both shortages and surpluses of workers. And then we have the de-risking of supply chains, which frankly could change everything. So thank you and welcome to my wonderful panel. Madam President, let me start with you because you touched on that. You have a very young population. What is your biggest challenge in trying to stay away from the brain drain? So educating people, but then keeping them in the country.
That's an extremely important question, not only for my country, but I would say for the wider region of Southeast Europe. Of course, the human capital is the most precious resource that we have, with 53% of our people under 25, 2/3 under 35. But if we don't take the right decisions, the smartest decisions long-term, if the long-term vision does not fit the purposes that we have, then, of course, this precious asset can become a burden. So we need to undertake the right decision when it comes to economic policy, such that truly support human capital. And I would say this has to go in three main directions. And of course, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we learn from countries around the world that have faced similar problems. The first is investing in education. It's so important that, especially for a country where the youth is the majority of the population, there is quality education. And I'm not only talking about traditional kind of education, obviously about skill education as well, that can very much link what universities produce with what the labor market needs, what businesses truly needs. And secondly, invest in the kind of health system, quality health that is offered to every citizen, because we see in our country as well as in the rest of the region, people leave, even those with middle income, not only those that have lower wages, because they don't have the right health standards, they don't have the right support that they need in the health institutions. And thirdly, we need to have the kind of economic policies that really produce good-paying jobs. But let me put an additional element here. Young people need hope. They need hope. They need to trust their institutions. They need to believe that the good decisions from which they will benefit and prosper are coming up. So trust in the institutions is so important to instill that kind of optimism that they need to stay in the country, to instill that kind of belief that they need to understand that if they work hard, they will get there. and they can realize their dreams, their careers, and what they need, of course, not just for themselves, but for their families as well as for the society.
Thank you so much. And John Sadinsky, you're an advisor to many chief executives around the world, and you really look at human capital and the people's problem from exactly the point of view of the president, that actually sometimes we overcomplicate things. But this is, demographics is basically, the basis of every decision.
Francine, when we look at the global demographics, I think we have to separate the G7 or the G20 from what we now call the global south, which is the demographics are such that the populations, and particularly labor force participation in the developed world, is declining. It's declining rapidly. The global south has got a very robust young population that is ready to be engaged, and I think we have to reassess labor, and you and I have talked about this. Labor is always given a back seat in the discussion. It's always treated, I think, as an independent variable. But the reality is it's a dependent variable in terms of economic growth. It's a dependent variable in terms of political stability. It's a dependent variable in terms of, you look at things like wage inflation, managing inflation. So I think we've got to put labor now and people and human capital, as the President has said, at the center of our global strategic discussion. It's very interesting because when we look at economies, everyone wants to look at Japan and say, well, Japan has survived, continues to be a robust economy with a declining demographic. We now have artificial intelligence, we now have robotics, and I think we need to rethink how labor relates across borders to keep people in place, but also give them a better experience in the workforce.
John Iradi, you have 250,000 employees. I mean, this is a challenge, right? When you look at demographics, and your company is a conglomerate, so you have also different industries. How do you view, different demographics within those groups and their needs?
Well, first of all, Francine, thank you for having me. I'm honored. This is a very important topic, the topic of demographic, and I was greatly moved by President Vjosa's remarks on the story of Kosovo. The Indonesian story is equally inspiring. Indonesia is a country of 280 million people, but only 25 years ago, if you read the New York Times, Bloomberg, The Economist, the words Indonesia and Balkanization would appear side by side. Nobody believed that a country so large, so geographical spread, so diverse could survive and could have an identity that was strong enough to unify that country. But here we are 25 years later. It's a strong country. It's a fledgling democracy. Not as young as Kosovo. In Kosovo, 70% of the people is under 35. In Indonesia, it's 50% is under 35 years old. But it's a vibrant country. But you're right. I think on the issue of demographics, there's really two things that I think occupy the discourse. One is about how do we as a country grow rich before we grow old. And so for a country like Indonesia with a per capita income of 4,500 today, this is our last opportunity. The next 20 years is the last opportunity for us to be able to move up the value chain, to be able to achieve a high value-added economy. And I believe the Indonesian example is reflective of many other countries in Asia. But equally important is not only how do we become rich before we grow old, but on a point that John mentioned earlier, even a country like Indonesia will age faster than we think. The global replacement rate in 1990 was at 3.3%. Today, it's at 2.3%, just marginally above the replacement rate of 2.1 times at which the global population remains stable. And so even for a country like Indonesia, for a region like ASEAN that is relatively young today, very soon we'll have to face the same problems as all the other, many other countries around the world are facing. Today, more than 2/3 of the world's population is living in a country with either stable or shrinking populations. And so what this means for politics, what this means for retirement, what this means for the economy and growth and productivity, a lot of things to think about. But ultimately, I'm optimistic. I do believe that the advances that we're making today in the world with technology and artificial intelligence will provide an avenue for the world to be able to increase productivity in a way that completely transforms the way that economies work and the global economy will interact.
And John Studinsky, it's difficult actually to pinpoint one single policy that will make a difference in demographics. But if you look at a number of policies that actually make it better to, people to have more children and therefore making it easier to also expand some of the labor of work. Is there a mix? Is there a country that gets it right?
It's always, whenever you call out a country, you inevitably find yourself on social media for the next 48 hours on something. One of the things that this whole debate about declining demographics in the developed world or in the G7 or G20, when you actually go around and talk to people, you discover the average cost of raising children has gone up extraordinarily. As a matter of fact, in the developed world, it's now for the average middle-class family, a child can constitute as much as 20 to 25% of their after-tax income per year to raise. So you're asking which country is the model? Countries that provide an infrastructure to allow the family. You have lots of examples in the Nordic region where there is the ability for women to have an active role in the workplace, but there's also a support system there that provides them in terms of education and childcare, and also the educational system is not extraordinarily expensive. I think, though, that we also have to take this forward because that model's been going for 50 years, figure out how can we change the model faster in the developed world. And I know you're going to get onto the subject of artificial intelligence and robotics, because that will play a big role at trying to... this is not just about human capital, but it's also about bringing talent into the economy and how you nurture that.
Yeah, there's still a question mark on whether AI is a force for good or a force to worry about. Madam President, what are some of the policies that you're looking at that can make a difference in demographics?
What we've seen in our part of the world is that, I would absolutely agree, except that not just a support system for mothers, but also for the fathers, as there needs to be a proper sharing of duties within the family as everywhere else. So what we've been doing is, of course, introducing support from the families in a couple of directions. First of all is investing in early childhood education, and I can't stress this enough, what a transformative power it has for the entire society. Because when you don't have enough kindergartens, a mother and a father don't know where to send their kids, therefore normally it's the mother that stays at home, and that increases the inactivity rate among women, thereby hurting the economies of the country. This is what has happened in Kosovo. We found out that when we invest in early childhood education, there are enough places, in the public system mainly, where families can afford to send their kids. Therefore, then the mother gets a job. Therefore, in many cases, when you are economically empowered as a woman, it means that you will not tolerate domestic violence, and that brings to a more equitable society, but also it increases the economic growth of the country, because you're using also the other 50% of the workforce. Because, of course, it's not just the right thing to do, it's also the smart thing to do, to make sure that you include both halves of your population in your workforce and in the contribution to economic growth. So ultimately, investing in early childhood education transforms the society into a more equal one, but also the economy into a bigger and more sustainable one. And secondly, I would say family-friendly policies in both when it comes parental leave. So in Kosovo, there is a possibility for a leave of up to 1 year after you have a child. And with the new changes in legislation, the mom and the dad can choose who takes what. So it's not like an imperative that only the mom takes time away from work, but you can decide within the family what is more adaptable to that certain family in many aspects, from the emotional ones to the economic ones. And finally, I would say, of course, the family size and these kind of demographics really play an extremely important role on the topic that we just mentioned, the human capital, because in Kosovo, we are part of the aging continent. Like everywhere else that we go in Europe, of course, they need this workforce. So there are so many countries around us that are trying to take away our workforce. So it's very important that while we support families, at the same time, when these children grow as adults, they have the proper economic opportunities to prosper within their countries, and not just to look at ways how they can get away from there. And then no matter the fact that you have a young population, when they get away, you end up with a demographic problem.
Thank you, Madam President. I forgot to mention, you can also ask questions that will not be visible to anyone apart from me through your QR code. So please, we're looking forward to many of your questions. John, when you look at immigration, right, and so we have demographics, we want to talk about immigration, then we'll talk about AI.
Sure.
How difficult is it, again, to have the right policy mix? Because there's a real difference between not only the global south, but almost really country by country.
Yeah. I think immigration is one of the solutions or pieces of the puzzle that need to take place as the world deals with an aging global population. But also, unfortunately, I think we're living in a world where borders are becoming more and more disintegrated. So this, I think, will become more and more of a challenge. But I do believe, as President Vjosa has mentioned, that I think part of the solution to the global aging population is the ability of different countries to complement each other. Indonesia, for example, one of the largest producers or trainers of nurses, which is a big need in many developed markets, especially in markets that are much older in population, like Japan and countries in Europe, like the Netherlands. So today, in a nursing school that we operate, we produce about 600 nurses every year. About 20% of them now are trained to be able to go abroad. To the Netherlands, soon to Singapore. So things like this. But it's difficult. One, for immigration policy issues. Second, for language issues. But I do believe that this is something that we need to deliberately try to solve to be able to help us arrive there in a more efficient state.
And John Sadinsky, a lot of the times it makes sense economically, but politicians are going the other way.
Whew. This is a real tough issue right now. Certainly in the developed world, Francine, and it's one where you've got corporations and industries that would like to embrace gaps and what I call have strategic immigration, looking for certain types of talent to introduce into the economy to fuel growth, diversity. On the other hand, you have governments that are very sensitive for political reasons, for reasons we now have of populism or nationalism. So you have a very tough political environment. Everybody is very familiar in this room with how brave Chancellor Merkel was when she introduced over 1.5 million Syrians into the German economy. And I think if you look at that, the actual track record of that integration, the way that the German economy handled it was very systematic. People had to learn German, they had to develop a set of skills, they had to apply for jobs, they have to be registered, and that was done in a very efficient, tactical way. And now, you would say many years later, they were integrated into this society. There's probably about 10% of the group that is still either left or hasn't integrated. Many people said that was humanitarian, but when you actually got her perspective, it was necessary to keep as an engine for the German economy. So I think you have to look at what I call tactical or strategic immigration, but I also think AI might be a very elegant bridge to this and allow people to remain in their own country and work in Kosovo, but also work for Alphabet, Google, or Amazon, but remain and be a productive member of a local economy, but part of a global group.
Madam President.
I definitely agree. And just to take one example of Kosovo's diaspora, we have a very large diaspora, mostly that have left during the genocidal war of Milosevic, and mostly living in countries like Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, the United Kingdom, the United States, and so on. And probably, if we look at statistics around the world, it's the most integrated diaspora. It's because there were proper systems in place to train them, to equip them with the skills that they needed based on the labor market that existed in these certain countries. But they were also ready to make sure that they contribute. They learn from the values-based systems where they are living, and now they are some of the biggest contributors to Kosovo. Not only through remittances, which is really helping our economy, but through joint investments in our country, in property, in many businesses that are extremely successful, and at the same time bringing back the kind of knowledge and expertise that we truly needed from these very developed countries. So it's a great example that I mean, from a country like as small as Kosovo, but I think that has an important story to tell. It's one of those cases where you can see how migration, which was of course done because of genocidal policies against our people, so under very difficult circumstances, but it still happened, but it has worked. So these are very, very integrated people within the societies that they live.
And yet, Madam President, it seems that even if there's case studies, the borders are going up in Europe much more than they should because of fear, because of politicians. Do you expect it to get worse, so immigration to go down?
It looks like it's getting worse. It looks like it's getting worse. I mean, just listening to some of the speeches among many politicians around the world, you think, how much worse can it get? But unfortunately, that's the direction that we're going into. So we need to understand that, as it was stated earlier, that this also needs to be taken as an opportunity rather than just a burden. As long as a country sets forward the right policies, the right trainings, the right integration policies, I think it can help. Obviously, not always. There needs to be rule of law procedures in place, of course, if there are people that have been or will get involved in crime, like in every society, in every country in the world. But I mean, just starting off with judging people just based on the country where they come from, based on the color of their skin, based on their background, based on ethnicity, that is for racism, which I absolutely do not support. And I think people should be given an opportunity. Look, I've been a refugee myself. No one leaves their home because they want to, only because they have to. No one wants to become a refugee, but each and every one of us can become one. We have to keep that in mind. So if someone leaves, make sure that in your country you have the proper rules in place that can make them want to integrate, want to contribute to your society, to your country, and to your economy. It is going to be a very big challenge, but I think we have to learn from businesses. I mean, look at the companies around you. These are people who survived 3 huge crises in just 2 years. The pandemic, the global economic crisis, the global energy crisis. Their resilience, their inclusion policies should be a testament to what politicians should do. And by the way, this is why I'm here, to learn from all of you and how we can succeed as politicians the same way that you have succeeded as businesses. So as much as we can learn from the good practices, the more we can make sure that the right policies are in place.
Thank you. John Riada, when you look at AI, so millions of jobs could be lost because of AI. Whose job is it to retrain the workforce? Is it government or business?
I think it's everyone's job. I think it's government's job for sure. I think it's businesses' jobs to retrain its workforce. I also think it's the jobs of schools to make sure that we have an education system and a curriculum that trains its graduates for a lifelong learning. And so I do believe that AI and all the other advances in technology holds the key to the solutions of an aging world. But I also say that to say that I don't see the aging world as a problem. I think it's something that not only is inevitable, but in the same way as in the last 50 years, the problem was having too many people in this world. Today, we just have a different kind of problem to solve. And in certain other industries, we've faced that problem. For example, in agriculture, over the last 40 years, the world has had fewer and fewer people in agriculture. And yet that hasn't stopped us from feeding a growing population because productivity has gone up thanks to technology. So I think in the same way, using technology and by increasing productivity, it's okay to have a smaller or relatively smaller workforce to be able to support a larger retiring population. And so AI, I think, is one part of a technological solution that can solve that. And it is the responsibility of all the different stakeholders in the world to be able to make progress towards that.
But John Sadinsky, we don't really know where AI ends up, right? So you think that it could be a force for good for workers, for example, to retrain, maybe with languages?
Yeah, first of all, it's early days on AI. And if you look at, I mean, it's changing the world at an exponential rate. We all know that. But if you look at this important linkage between the developed world and I use the term global south, AI is already, there are a number of large technology companies and bigger corporations that through AI are working in, say, 50 countries around the world, and many of whom are in the global south. And AI is playing a constructive role in terms of teaching language, educating children, training people. I think AI is also raising this broader question that young people outside of the developed world, through AI, can get a different type of education. They're not getting the traditional education that we're used to. And it's really going to force us to revisit the educational models, something the president alluded to. But it's going to allow people to develop skill sets that will allow them to remain in their country and through AI be linked up with some of the larger technology companies, either in America, Europe, or in China, or in the rest of the world. So I think as long as we remember humanity and AI have to be linked together from now on as a policy and not treat it as two things fighting with each other. Because at the end of the day, human beings thrive on human interaction. And we have to remember that. That's at the core of the dignity of work, I think. And we have to remember, we're talking about work today, we're talking about labor. And we can't ignore that when we're talking about AI.
Madam President, how do you look at the challenges of AI? There's always a timeline problem, that actually training a human could take a much longer time span than AI will catch up with the jobs of tomorrow.
It does, but I think as long as we keep in mind what was just stated, that there needs to be an interaction and complementarity of both the human element as well as what AI is offering to humanity in general, we have to make that balance. There are cases, of course, where the training will take a little bit more time, but we cannot entirely get rid of the human interaction. Is what inspires people to engage. It's what inspires them to succeed. It's what inspires them to work with others. So if we entirely take the human element from business interactions, from people-to-people connections, from B2B connections, I think we will entirely fail. So, and let me perhaps get back to the gender equality element here. What we've seen from some of the studies so far is that if the human element is taken away and we just look at the AI and rapidly move on with technology, of course it will mostly affect women. So we need from now on, and we're already too late if I might add, make sure that we start the proper trainings that women will need in order to cope with the fast evolving needs of the markets, and to make sure that AI does not create even more gender disparity than the ones that our societies and planet Earth generally is facing. No matter how emancipated a society, there is no country on Earth that has entirely managed to overcome the challenges of lack of gender equality. So for that reason, we need to take these into account, and there is an urgent need that these trainings start now if they have not started yet, in order to make sure that we're not too far behind and we only move on with AI, leaving the humanity element aside.
And that also, there's a danger that there's a dispersion between the haves and the have-nots, right? So, John, should we look at universal basic income? Is that something that we should talk more seriously about?
In many, especially developing countries, the issue of technological innovation and the disruption that it causes is a serious issue, especially for countries like Indonesia and other emerging markets that are starting at a fairly low level of value added as economy. And so in some ways, we would not have the same opportunity as other countries that have industrialized over the last 20, 30 years to at least gradually move up that chain. For a country like Indonesia, we're moving from agriculture to basic manufacturing, and now the world has moved to fairly very deep technology like AI and big data and all these other issues. So it is a delicate transition to make. And I think the governments need to be very mindful of making sure that as the country grows and the country transitions, that this growth is inclusive. As to whether we'll go so far as to introduce universal basic income, I think the debate is still open. And I think I think for markets like Indonesia, I think that's going too far. I think the government has done a good job in introducing other forms of social benefits, such as universal healthcare coverage, social security, basic access to education and things like that, that I think is a much more tailored approach and a more effective approach to be able to encourage innovation, productivity, without some of the controversial pitfalls of UBI.
And John, John Sudinsky, do you also expect, I guess, labor rights in an age of AI to increase? I had a couple of questions about the UAW strikes, actually, and the pressure that they put on automakers in the US.
In terms of?
In just labor rights, so if not unions, but laborers coming together to try and put pressure to have a better salary and to have, just better rights in general.
It's such a general question. I mean, it's really going to come down to the country and the industry. But I think you're going to be able to compare things much more rigorously on an international level, certainly. And that's one of the things that AI, I'm not so sure that's related to AI as much as it's going to be related to getting back to the labor force itself and what you're trying to do with human capital.
Madam President, just final thoughts from you. You were optimistic also about the youth in your country.
Certainly, it's even necessary to be optimistic, especially in the face of so many challenges. But it's in our blood to be very optimistic. I mean, it's a nation that has gone through so many hurdles throughout centuries, and we've shown so much resilience. And we went from occupation to occupation to a genocidal war. We rose from the ashes. And we're still very resilient. And even in terms of economy, we've shown right after the pandemic with the highest economic growth, which was an unprecedented double-digit growth in our society, in our economy, of course, thanks to the resilience of businesses who are also helping the country. It's always, both sides. The government needs to support the businesses, but it's also the other way around. So I think there is absolutely room for optimism. We just need to make sure that there are basic principles, including ethics principles, including the principle of humanity, that we never lose sight of when building economic policies. And always keeping in mind that, especially when you have such great resources like youth, that you don't lose sight of that fact. That is your greatest resource. Make sure that you do everything and you go above and beyond in investing in them, because that's the only way to overcoming any economic challenge that will come your way. And I think that's the same for small or big countries. And for that reason, some of these basic principles apply equally so, no matter the sheer size of the countries we represent.
Well, thank you so much to my wonderful panel looking at the people's problem.
Thank you.
Please welcome our panelists, founder and CEO of Flagship Pioneering and co-founder and chairman of Moderna, Noubar Afeyan, president and CEO of Franklin Templeton, Jenny Johnson, CEO of GIC, Lim Chow Kiat, president and chief operating officer of Goldman Sachs, John Waldron, and our moderator, anchor for Bloomberg Television, Haslinda Amin.
Good morning. Let's talk about risks. I know, right? Where do you even begin? We're seeing a confluence of risks not seen in decades. High inflation, high rates, the end of cheap money. That's also geopolitics. It's not just about Ukraine anymore. It's also about Israel and Hamas, that simmering tensions between the US and China. We doubt much can be achieved at that meeting between Xi Jinping and Joe Biden later this month. There's also climate change. The last 8 years have been the hottest years on record. And of course, there's technology. So much buzz about AI, it's boon and bane. So what does it mean for investors? What does it mean for capital flows? And more importantly, how do you get capital to go to where it's needed? John, let's start with you. It's such a challenging environment, and it's getting complex by the day. For you, what is the key issue that's making it terribly difficult for investors?
Well, you highlighted the challenges and the risks that kind of permeate.
But what's key for you? What stands out?
I would say inflation. I would say inflation is still, to me, the single biggest risk. Certainly to economic growth, to purchasing power, to the deployment of capital, and then if you think about how perverse inflation is for those who are less well off, that has a very negative effect on prosperity, lifting people up out of poverty, or even those in the lower middle class that are trying to rise beyond the lower middle class. It's just very perverse for that category, which is in essence what all of us are trying to do in terms of driving economic growth to lift more people, into the system. So I think inflation is far and away the biggest concern, and I think the geopolitics that are now overlaid in a much more profound way. In many ways, you could say that the peace dividend we've had for the better part of 25 or 30 years is kind of over, and we're entering, unfortunately, perhaps a new era with more geopolitical tension, more war. More challenge that I think is going to make it even more complicated to create more economic growth. I think the impact that could have on commodities, as an example, can have more perverse impact on inflation. I think that the supply chain resetting that's been going on in the world is generally inflationary. The transition from just-in-time, globalization-oriented supply chain, where you were running one global supply chain where you wanted access to your supply when you could have it. Now there's more focus on resiliency and duplication and moving supply chain to various places. That's generally, to me, an inflationary impulse. ESG and renewable energy and decarbonization, all of which we need to be investing in, generally have inflationary implications. If you think about some of the subsidy policy that's going on, whether it's the IRA in the US or other policies around the world, that generally has an impulse to drive inflation further. So there's a lot. Wages, still pretty tight labor market, that has more of an inflationary impulse. And I'd say the supply of oil, which is generally constraining, has been constrained, also has a positive implication towards inflation. So we spend a lot of time at our firm worrying about the longer run implications of inflation and how they generally will probably create a lower growth environment for us for a period of time with lower purchasing power capabilities, particularly for those that are less well off.
Jenny, inflation and that journey to 2% for the Fed, I mean, the markets were quick to conclude that the Fed was done and then change its mind. Was the Fed right in standing pat?
I do think the Fed was right to stand pat. I think that, though, the journey to 2% is going to be a lot more challenging. And I would just add on, so I completely, John, really leave a couple things for the rest of us to talk about on the rest, okay?
He says he's paid to worry about everything.
But so completely agree with all the points that John made. I would just say the other challenge that I don't think gets enough, and you're starting to hear about it more, is even if the Fed is able to slow the economy such that it gets inflation lower, there is this issue of just supply and demand for U.S. treasuries and U.S. debt. I mean, the reality is the U.S. has gone from $7 trillion or $9 trillion in 2007, $31 trillion. We're going to add $2 trillion more. You have to have buyers. Now, there'll be buyers. The question is, at what price will there be buyers? And then, one, how much does that crowd out other investment opportunities? And two, does that mean higher for longer, which I tend to feel like that is an issue. So I think along with the inflation, even if the Fed does their job in trying to slow it down, they don't control U.S. spending, and that debt, I think, is adding a challenge. So things like, one thing we know for sure is that what we've had of this last, peace dividend, but basically low interest rates, where were you going to put your money? Well, you didn't put it in fixed income because you didn't earn anything, so you put it into equity markets. So, equity markets took off. Well, now all those growth companies that really drove the equity markets, and same with this year, those earnings have just gotten a lot more expensive. If you can earn 5% on cash and you're waiting for future earnings, chances are you're going to have a compression of some of those multiples. So I think that's a longer story that's going to be harder and harder for the Fed to actually control.
Chowkiat?
Sure. Well, first, great to be here. Indeed, John has articulated quite a lot, Jenny as well, about all the negative headlines. Lots of challenges every day, right? When you read Bloomberg News, newspaper, you see a bunch of that. When you go to conferences like that, everybody talks about all the problems. Maybe I'll take a slightly different take. You asked risk, the other side of risk is return. So perhaps, if you sort of wear more of that cap, Jenny talked about, treasury bond or cash yielding more. That's a positive thing for investors. In fact, I would say, look at U.S. tips, right? U.S. 10-year tips is yielding a real yield of 2.5%. We haven't seen that for a long time. It was negative. That means you actually get inflation-protected return guaranteed, right? Because I believe the U.S. government is rock solid. For 10 years, you clip, 2.5% above inflation. That's very attractive, I would say, and that's actually great competition for a lot of other asset classes, right? If you were to take additional risk, you have to expect a return higher than that level of 2.5 real. So that's one way to look at it. Generally, asset use going higher should be good for long-term return. The second is even in fragmentation, right? We talk about fragmentation, geopolitics. You could see opportunities. There you see it in some of the beneficiaries of the supply chain reconfiguration. I think this region is a big winner. India, Mexico. So there are spots or industry where you can benefit from the reconfiguration. Maybe third, even in problems, right? We talk about climate change, big problem, very daunting. You can see opportunity in, say, energy transition. We need, according to IEA, we need something like 4.3 trillion a year to sort of have energy transition done with enough capital. Estimate last year 1.8 trillion. So 1.8, 4.3 is a big gap. So I think actually for investors, that's an opportunity as well, right? That there are more and more projects, more and more companies going through transition that you can deploy large amount of capital, right? 4 trillion a year. So I think from that angle, I think if we can kind of tackle it from a solution point, opportunity point of view, I think we can move forward.
Chowkiat sees the opportunity, so do you, yeah, Nubar? For healthcare, for instance, a risky environment and such an environment is a great environment for healthcare. So you should be thriving.
Well, yeah, so first I should say that I guess I'll be the diversity representative here because I come from a very different world, which is a science-based industry.
And for us, these concepts of uncertainty and risk, etc., are in fact what we try to create. In fact, when you have new technologies and new insurgents, they thrive on uncertainty. They don't do so well in risk because they can't really mitigate or hedge that risk because we don't have the resources often as small companies. So I would just say, just to offer an additive perspective to what I've heard this morning and here, which is, I came into my room yesterday, the Bloomberg cover said, instability, etc., these words. I think that we're at a moment where we're kind of being increasingly suffering from a series of pandemics. I come from a world where we worked on a pandemic at Moderna, and we think that a pandemic means a disease that afflicts the planet. But actually, literally, a pandemic means anything that afflicts all people on the world, essentially in a negative way. And so think about what's happened. You have a pandemic, a health pandemic, that led to a financial pandemic, a supply chain pandemic, a geopolitical pandemic, a war pandemic, a misinformation pandemic, and then you have the climate pandemic waiting to get its chance to really have a big impact. And so what has that done to our general notion of economic equilibrium? Well, it's made it laughable, I think. And in nature, these things happen. It's called punctuated equilibrium. And I think we should really start thinking about, and I heard a little bit this morning, when will it go back? Now, the people who wanted things to go back are the incumbents. Insurgents wanted to go forward because in the back, they really don't have a role to play because they're dominated. And so I think what you're going to see in this environment is the appearance of a different and new equilibrium state. It's very scary because obviously investors value predictable, profitable growth. There is no predictable, there's hardly any profitable, and there's hardly any growth. And so how do you actually make decisions? You go revert to what you're used to. And I think that's going to be very interesting. And the last thing I'll say is, in biology, in science and nature, these things happen, and there's a lot to be gained out of looking at that. And the big thing to gain out of it is that thinking of that change as a matter of risk versus thinking of it as uncertainty, meaning this morning I heard embrace the uncertainty. You can't hedge uncertainty because you need signal to be able to do something. In uncertainty, there is no signal. Uncertainty is about unknown probabilities. What you can do is resolve it, which is take some steps, do some experiments, and if it actually resolves and it turns out it's going here, then be the dominant player there. So I'll say those are all the ways in which we see in health, but also in the scientific world, uncertainty is an opportunity. Last thing I'll say is that in dramatically changing times, that's when new technologies have a slight crack to actually matter. E-commerce, certainly AI now, the vaccine. So if you think about it, the technologies underlying the mRNA vaccines existed for 10 years. But the moment in which it actually became possible to do this at a global scale actually was as a result of crises. And the question is, what opportunities is the climate going to present? What opportunities are these current moments of massive shift going to present? And I think that's where entrepreneurs and innovators have to realize this is not the time to actually retreat. This may be a once-in-a-generation opportunity to have the ability to matter.
I just want to add on something that Nubar said because, well, first of all, I just met him backstage, and I'm like, this is a rock star. This is a guy who founded Moderna, that we can all be thankful for all the big breakthroughs. But it's also what makes you, in this type of environment, really optimistic about the opportunities. So we talk about the risks. I was just reading about a statistic where it was the head of AI at Stanford University who said there was a professor there that spent their entire career mapping one single human protein. And now they're about something like 20,000. I mean, I'm careful to say anything because I'm sitting next to him. Usually it's finance people, you can get away with it. But there are like 20,000 proteins in the human body, and they were able to map all of those within a year. So just think about the advances that ultimately can come, the opportunity from an investment standpoint, but also just the advances from, for mankind with the innovation that's happening in medicine.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think the explosion of innovation is what makes us all optimistic, and the amount of private capital that now exists that's willing to make investments and make longer-term bets. And I worry about higher inflation, higher rates can make that harder, but the fact is there's a lot of capital on the sidelines that wants to invest in life sciences, wants to invest in AI, wants to invest in continued software development, wants to invest in decarbonization technologies. So for us, with our clients, we've seen enormous desire and demand for private capital to fund these opportunities with longer duration and a recognition of the risks that are intertwined with making those investments. But I think that's what gives us optimism, that there's plenty of capital on the sidelines to get put to work in these various technological developments.
We talk about finding opportunities in a risky environment. It's going to be a risky environment in 2024, isn't it? The US election. How is it likely to move market sentiment and capital? John?
I have to say, I think if you study US elections, presidential elections, typically they don't move markets. Hardly at all, maybe towards the end. You know, when the debate about who's really going to win or who's not going to win becomes more real. But for the vast majority of the period of 2024, I think the markets will largely ignore what's going on in the election until you get to a place where it becomes more real, the last 30 to 60 days. So, and I think that's the history of presidential elections in the market. So I think a lot gets said about it. I worry more about how it impacts US-China relations, as an example, where we're seeing a reset, I think, in a quite positive way of the relationship between the two countries, an attempt now to try to have more dialogue. There's been a clear desire on both sides to more engagement. We're going to have, hopefully, a very good summit meeting shortly between the two presidents. I think the relationship is getting set to a better level, but 24 will be a riskier period for the relationship in the U.S. terms in particular, because you have a lot of debate about U.S. policy towards China. So that may have more implication for U.S.-China relations, but I don't think the markets will be as attuned to the election vis-a-vis how it's going to impact asset prices.
Chao Kiat, speaking of US-China, I mean, GIC is invested in a big way in China. I mean, how are you assessing the slowdown in the country? I know there are a lot of risks, but valuations are looking so cheap.
Right. So, but just, first touch on what John said, right? I mean, there are some foundational things that we need as investor, rule of law, governance and things like that. But really, when you look at a country, we would look at it, sort of three factors: talent, capital, and market, right? So back to the U.S., it has all this, big, right, in place. It's the same with China, right? Do they have talent? Do they have capital? Do they have market? They have all these in place. They are going through an adjustment period, and they are, sort of coming up with, I would say, a new economic model that could power their growth going forward. Already in some sectors, we are seeing great advances, right? I think everybody know in the green, sort of sustainable sector, they are world-leading companies in China, and they have so much expertise, capacity, and the market to do that. So, I think as a global investor, we cannot afford, not to look at China closely, in fact, deploy capital. But the composition of the capital needs to adjust depending on how the market is, how the country is navigating. So I think that is where we are.
What's the composition looking like for you right now?
Well, we have sort of moved more to the green sector, consumer sectors. Those are seeing good pockets of growth. But because the economy is going through a lot of adjustment, we are cautious, right, on a lot of other industrial type sectors.
We know that about $160 billion worth has made an exit from China in the last 6 consecutive quarters. Jenny, your risk appetite for China?
Well, I agree with the points.
You're
talking about.
agree.
It's so interesting. A couple of things, right? You can't ignore the second largest economy in the world as a global investor, right? And you look at China, and again, they graduate more engineers every year than any other country in the world. The consumer portion of the economy is only 40% of the economy. Most developed countries, that's 60 to 70%. So huge opportunity if they can continue to get the economy growing. The consumer is going to spend more. So you look at that, and honestly, it's been knocked down so much that it's actually pretty cheap right now. But I agree, you have to choose your.
So you're a buyer. You've been buying?
So our emerging market team is definitely buying back in China, and they look at it and just say, at these prices, this is just a great price. Now, I also agree with John's point. I mean, one of the challenges in U.S. politics right now is, unfortunately, what the Democrats and the Republicans tended to agree on, the only thing was to bash China. And I think the realization, especially because businesses and others have said we've got to have a more constructive relationship, is there is an attempt with the current administration to improve that. and we're making progress. But you go into an election and sort of all bets are off, and so that's where it could hurt it. But I just came from Hong Kong, and somebody made the point, wow, there's so many American CEOs here. I thought there was issues with China. I said, well, you know, American CEOs recognize the need to have the second largest economy, that the market's important, and so that's where you're seeing engagement. It's the multinationals that are continuing that engagement in a constructive way.
Nubar, I'm curious to see your views on innovation in China. Is it thriving?
Well, I think certainly in the biotechnology field, there's been a lot of investment made, and there's a lot of kind of catching up that they're doing, and in some areas that they're leading. There are some big advantages. The way data is available and handled there is quite different than in the US. And there'll be certain areas where they will make persistent long-term bets that is very hard for markets to do in the US often, because the people just basically give up pretty quickly. So there's some advantages. There's some disadvantages because, again, navigating uncertainty is a little bit contrarian to a planful approach to developing economic growth. And so the question is, how do you create a simultaneous cultural compatibility between working on things you don't know will ever work and still working on them versus things that you know can work and you can do it more efficiently, more productively, and dominate. So I think that'll be interesting to watch over the years. The whole China-US conflict, in a way, affects the startup world, certainly in the semiconductor field, but also in the biotech field as well, because as these countries are taking more of a conflicting approach, you have to be careful about where information goes and access to technology and all that. And that has also impacted our world. So we have to be very careful. On the other hand, health security is a global phenomenon. We learned that you can have health security in some places and insecurity in others. So for companies like ours, it's very important that we not ignore certain areas of inconvenience, but actually figure out suitable ways to bring the most advanced technologies, but with certain safeguards in case there are disruptions in our ability to operate. So we're being very careful.
Let's talk about how capital should be mobilized. I mean, how do you get capital to areas which are needed? We talked about infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure. It's been quite difficult. What needs to happen? What would you like to see from government's players for capital to be headed in that direction to fill that gap, John?
Well, I would highlight for us, I think the decarbonization theme is a very good theme and is obviously critically important for, let's say, the emerging, developing markets, frontier markets, however you want to frame them. What's disappointing to us, and we've got a pretty significant investment paradigm around mobilizing capital for decarbonization projects in the emerging markets, but we need public sector money. We need development bank capital. We need something that we can multiply against, where there's a real first loss piece, because it's very hard to access the first loss capital in these markets, particularly in the current environment where, as has been said earlier, with a 5% risk-free rate in the United States, it's much easier and safer just to put your money there and not be too ambitious beyond that. So the environment's getting harder. I would say the development banks have been slow and small scale in the context of what they've allowed for in mobilizing that first loss capital. We've worked on a number of projects where we've gotten 8, 10, 12 times multipliers on top of development bank capital in renewable projects, in many of which are in Asia, in broader Asia context. But they're small projects, and we've not been able to mobilize enough capital to really make a dent in the $1 trillion+ a year that we need to mobilize. So if I had a request, it would be that we get more public sector capital that's willing to take first loss positions, that we as a private sector can crowd in behind and actually catalyze a lot of capital behind it. But it's been slow, and I think it's disappointing.
GIC's big on infra.
Yeah, that's a focus area for us. We now deploy up to about 20 billion a year in the infrastructure area. As John said, there's still a gap, right? And as I mentioned earlier, the gap is fairly big. We can get the MDBs involved and make many more projects bankable. The institutional investors today are really looking only at the tip of the iceberg, right? We're arguing over, is it 12% or 14%? Really, there's a whole, supply needed in terms of capital to address the infrastructure need, energy need of many, many countries. The good news, though, is that actually, at least in the renewable energy space, the cost curves are now commercially viable, in fact profitable, right? That the cost curves have been coming down, so that's the best, right? Because that drive private capital directly into those sectors without the need for concessionary capital and other kind of de-risking help. So I'm quite hopeful that as more countries find that the cost curves are lower, more private capital will come on board. But certainly, if we could have maybe the MDBs or governments themselves directly involved in making more projects bankable, private sector capital is ready to be deployed.
The fact is, it's actually easy to figure out where to deploy capital. Capital goes where it's treated well. So what does that mean? It's treated well, meaning you have transparency around the laws, where you can be predictable on the regulation, where you can actually get your capital back so it has free flowing. So those are all sort of the basic bar. And then people look at it from a risk-adjusted perspective, right? So you look at climate investment, and actually for a lot of the reasons, one is from the technological investments that's required, and two, because of the regulatory environment. It has been perceived that it's not, that you need some government assistance to come in, right? But I think there's three big categories that right now, I always say it's better to swim with the tide, right? So one, you mentioned, which is this supply chain, so let's call it China plus one or nearshoring, that diversification. And you look at, the prediction is that 28 of the 30 fastest growing countries are all going to be frontier markets. They're all the beneficiaries. It's Vietnam, it's Indonesia, it's the Philippines. They're all beneficiaries of kind of this China plus one supply chain. The second is climate, and I agree that the challenge again has been you need to have a buffer for losses. Otherwise, it's just difficult to make those investments. And then the final is, again, innovation, where there's just this convergence of these incredible technologies. I mean, we talk about generative AI. Whenever there's new technologies, the first thing you do is just improve what you do, and then you get massive amount of innovation. But there's going to be some really, I think, exciting investment opportunities. And then my final point is risk-free investment now is 5%. So that makes all those other risky returns have to be higher. And so we're going to have to be thinking about where you can get those kind of returns. Climate just got more expensive to invest in.
But before I get views, I'm not even sure whether there's actually risk-free investments. I mean, treasuries are not risk-free anymore,
You know
right?
what? I'm pretty sure. I always laugh when the U.S. government, when they come to that budget and they're like, people aren't going to get paid, it's going to be an IOU. I'm pretty sure if you have an IOU with the U.S. government, you're not going to sell it at a very big discount. You're pretty sure you're going to get paid. So again, I don't think the issue is that people won't invest, that there won't be enough demand for treasuries. The question is, what is the price to get that additional investment? The largest foreign investor is Japan at 1.1 trillion. We're going to add 2 trillion in debt to the U.S. Treasury. So I think that it's still pretty risk-free as far as how you'd measure it. It just probably costs you a little more.
I was going to say, I think it's risk-free, but I think the price there's going to be a lot of pressure on the price. So that is kind of the rate under which most things in the world get benchmarked.
That's right.
But I wouldn't characterize a lot of risk in that. I would just characterize the price is going to be more complicated, more challenging than it's been for the last 20 plus years.
Nubar, innovation. Where should capital be headed?
Well, I wanted to comment on this because it just harkens back to the beginning, but I want to make the following point. I think in climate and in many other areas, we're kind of hoping for some magical solutions to come about, but the financial markets cannot properly value the possibility of that. So instead, they float to the most predictable, adjacent, scalable solutions. And that I think markets can handle. I think where governments should be is actually creating an incentive for people to embrace uncertain solutions. Here's the point. Again, to come back, uncertainty is about unknown probabilities, risk is about known probabilities. I would argue that in uncertainty, there may be actually pretty low-risk solutions. We just don't know they exist yet. But if we price them as though they're the highest form of risk, which is the way Wall Street looks at it, so there's low risk, middle risk, high risk, extreme risk, and then uncertainty, which means that when you're trying to underwrite an uncertain project, fusion, renewable, bio-based fuels, that seems so far out that you kind of want to use a 50, 60% discount rate, right? So 60% discount rate in 40 years for fusion means that $1 trillion value proposition is worth about $5 million today. Why would anybody invest in that? So, and what distorts that calculation? Answer, recognizing, first of all, that uncertainty doesn't mean extreme risk. It actually just means uncertainty. Go do the experiment. So I feel that governments can play a big role, and I'll explain what I mean. During the pandemic, what did this Operation Warp Speed do? A massive amount. Everybody fights over this to take political credit. I couldn't care less about that. The reality is that the US government said, you know what? We will send a signal. Anybody who can make hundreds of millions of doses of an effective vaccine, we will buy it at a fixed price. They gave a price signal, they gave an advanced purchase agreement, and they said to the regulator, last I checked, your family is dying too, so you act collaboratively so you can find a solution. Stop being an impediment to this. When everybody actually, it's true, when everybody actually joined hands and said we need a solution now, within 6, 7, 8 months, something that had never been tried before was tried and to an extent was helpful. Why I say that is you need the same in climate. I would urge governments not to incentivize low-risk deployable technologies. Markets can do that. They should send the signal, say anybody who can basically get rid of X amount of, the first billion tons of carbon that we can put away, we're willing to put a price on that. And that does more for innovators to actually vie for that prize than any amount of subsidy or this or that. Just create an expected certainty in the ultimate reward. That is missing in uncertainty. It's mispriced by markets, and therefore we'll keep working on adjacent solutions and hoping for miracles. That cannot happen.
Let's talk about mispricing.
That's well
yeah,
said.
I know, right? I want Nuval for president. Where are you seeing mispricings right now? Tell Kat.
Mispricing? Not so much mispricing, but this sort of increase in the risk-free rate means, repricing for a lot of assets, right? Because it's just simple maths. The discounted cash flow, discounting at higher risk rate. So I think that is now working through the markets. You have all seen that deal volume has come down. So I think a lot of investors are re-examining, the stock that they have, right? Tend to them, recycle some capital. At the same time, the flow is happening. Not very big, but it's happening, right? I think the obvious areas are in credit, for example, that because there is capital shortage, that is giving, I would say, a return that's higher than usual. So there are some opportunities in that flow. The vintages, so-called, using private market language, will probably work out better going forward. So those are areas that I think you're seeing some repricing or mispricing.
So I would say, look, markets are pretty efficient. So I don't think it's mispricing as much as opportunity because of some kind of dynamic going on that isn't, directly related to the value. And the area where I think that exists right now is in secondaries, secondary private equity, private credit, because you have a huge number of, pension funds and institutions that own private assets. They're not getting the same kind of distributions they historically received. They have capital calls, and they're potentially overweighted in the category. So in order not to be kicked out of a fund because the top performing in these categories are significantly outperforming the bottom, so you don't want to miss your capital call, otherwise you're kicked out. They have to get rid of some of those assets. And so there was $6 trillion deployed in private equity. There's been about $150 billion deployed in secondaries, maybe $110 billion raised. The discounts right now, so you already repriced them, but the discounts are anywhere from 18 to 20% in private equity, real estate 22, venture, late stage venture at 60% discounts, and it's really about people needing to get this off their balance sheet, not about it being a bad asset.
Yeah, I was going to say I think there's 3 categories where there's debate, whether it's mispriced or not, but there's heavy debate. One is equity risk premium, which at the moment is very, very low, certainly given the price of the U.S. Treasury, let's say. So there's a heavy debate about whether equity risk premium should be higher, given the risks and uncertainties we've talked about in the world. 2 would be private market assets, which has been mentioned by Chowkat and Jenny, which I totally agree with. And I think we just raised a big secondaries fund. I completely agree. The opportunity is there to potentially buy a lot of private assets at a big discount, but it's hard to unlock because people don't really want to sell them at those prices. So there's a heavy debate about what is the real clearing price, whether it's private equity assets or the legacy private credit that isn't the newer vintage, the stuff that's priced at kind of yesterday's prices. That's another big area. And then I would say duration in fixed income, right? Which is a question around what is your view on where the Fed and the other central banks are going. If the Fed is really done and they're going to start easing sooner rather than later, you might have some opening up in duration. If the Fed is not done, has to tighten again, or is just going to stay at these levels for a fair bit of time, that's going to change people's perspective on duration. So I think those are the 3 areas to us that are really questionable in terms of what the real pricing ought to be.
Several minutes left. I just want to, we've been talking about how we're looking for opportunities amid a risky environment. Can we just go down the line to see your risk appetite now versus before the pandemic? Where are you with it? John, we'll start with you and then Chowkat.
Lower.
Low?
Lower. Lower.
Lower. How much lower?
Hard to put a number on it, but I'd say, given all that we've talked about, it's not a period to be particularly ambitious from a risk standpoint. So I would say, 70, 80% of par in terms of, if that was an index, in terms of our risk appetite. And I'd say, more importantly, our clients' risk appetite. Put aside our risk appetite, that's reflective of our clients' risk appetite.
Chowkat?
I would say maybe slightly higher than what John indicated, but we think that it's a 2-year game, right? In the next 2 years, there should be more of these repricing. This gap between seller and buyers will close, sometime involuntarily. So next 2 years will be very, very interesting.
Jenny?
I'd say lower, but even with that, I think that one of the things that we just learn over and over is you need a diversified portfolio because you never understand, you never see it coming what that big risk is. And we were looking at data. If you missed the 10 best trading days in a 20-year period ending in 2022, you missed 57% of the return in that 20 years. So you think about that, you never can time it right. So even though I would say that, and our clients too, because everybody's trying to figure out, do you go longer duration now? How should we think about this repricing in the equity markets? But on the other hand, if you're sitting there with a portfolio, you have to have a diversified portfolio with some risk.
Nuba, I know you look at risk very differently from the rest of the gang here. I mean,
I want to avoid risk at all costs and embrace uncertainty. So I really
but you embrace risk. I mean, in a risky environment, because that's...
Well, I think if you embrace uncertainty, one of the advantages of uncertainty is it'll take a while to resolve. So you'll be out of the current market anyway. But if you actually go ahead in trying to convince people that something that is risky isn't, which is what most startups do, that I think is a futile exercise right now. I would also say there's opportunity we haven't talked about. I started my comments by saying I think we're in this kind of seemingly endless loop of pandemics that are infecting each other. If we're going to be in a period where the equilibrium is going to shift to a new equilibrium, the set of crises we're envisioning actually are opportunities for relatively low-risk investments in that they're new value pools. They're totally new value pools. So instead of competing in current value pools where people are struggling to keep their market share, actually, and AI is a great example of that. AI, to make things more efficient, is one use. AI to create totally unprecedented value pools and how you can actually lean into that, right? So you could either look at AI as high risk or high uncertainty. We look at it as high uncertainty and go try to find low-risk applications that create new value pools. That, I think, is in season in this environment. 5 years ago, it was too easy to make money. Nobody would bother with that.
One final question, 53 seconds to go, just down the line again. If you take a look at a longer-term perspective, what's key to your investment strategy? John, you can't take your time. You have 50 seconds.
I would say regulatory certainty and more political stability and regulatory certainty.
Chowkat?
Sorry, repeat the question. You say.
If you take a longer-term perspective, what's key to your investment strategy?
Yield. Right? In the long term, yield wins out.
I'm going with diversification.
Governability. I'm really worried that if we don't find a new equilibrium, all this is for naught.
All rock stars. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our speakers today. Thank you.
Please welcome our panelists, founder and executive chairman of Fortescue, Andrew Forrest, chairman and CEO of Holcim, Jan Jenisch, founder and managing partner of Energy Impact Partners, Hans Kobler, CEO of Keppel Infrastructure, Cindy Lim, and our moderator, columnist for Bloomberg Opinion, Javier Blas.
Thank you. Sit. Thank you so much. And thank you to my wonderful panel this morning in Singapore to discuss what is one of the most important themes of the year and on the 21st century, how we decarbonize our economies, our lives. Andrew, let me start with you, and if you could kind of do a bit of a back in time and look at what has happened over the last year in terms of decarbonization, progress on climate change, or lack of progress. When you look at that and you have to give us a bit of a grade, how are we doing? Is it A+ or is it an F if you look at the last year?
Look, the last year has been incredibly interesting from a climate science perspective. The signals the climate is giving us, you'd probably give that a 10 out of 10. It's just so obvious now.
But that's an F from the climate.
That is, thank you, climate, for making it so obvious to even the biggest moron that we are going straight into global heating. In terms of the human reaction, I'd probably give it a 1 or 2 out of 10. Most leaders have leapt on to the safety of geostrategic issues without running the numbers. Who's going to die more out of lethal humidity, global warming, or even a hot war between superpowers, let alone between Russia, Ukraine, Hamas, Israel? The number's very clear. Global warming, global heating will kill a multiple more people. So if you're a leader, I think you should also always hit the crocodile, which is closest to your canoe. And that crocodile, the biggest, ugliest croc, is global heating.
Thank you so much. So climate is effectively a 10 on 10 in terms of the signal, and our response is basically nowhere to be seen.
It is so fractional compared to the urgency of the problem.
Jan, you're running a publicly listed company in a similar fashion. When you look at your conversation with shareholders, with investors over the last year, how those conversations have evolved, and it has become more urgent, less urgent. Are investors more interested, less interested? Because we see a lot of investors say this is one big problem, but then what investors are doing is a bit different at times.
Well, I think the decarbonization of the building space where we are active is not a choice. That's a must for a company like Holcim. So we have to prepare, and even we have lately, some people think the ESG talk is softening, but that's just maybe the mood of the week. The decarbonization of buildings, so we have about 38% of all carbon is emitted in the construction phase, and more of that is in the operating phase. So that's a must, and any responsible company in that industry has to decarbonize and has to go with fast steps, and that's what we have been doing. We reduced our CO2 footprint by 40% in only the last 3 years. And why it's a must to decarbonize? It's not a miracle. We have a lot of technology available, and you have to just deploy them properly and decarbonize your business step by step.
But you mentioned that perhaps investors are not so much ESG as they were a year ago. Do you see that as a new trend, or is as perhaps journalists like me are basically talking about it now and thinking that this is a permanent shift, but you don't agree with that?
If I was to understand investors better, maybe I would be much richer. No, but look, the investor, some are short-term focus, some long-term. I think for the long term, it's all clear, and why the world has other hot topics at the moment. Maybe the ESG came to a second level, but this is a very short-term perspective. You better be ready as a company to walk the talk and decarbonize your business.
Hans, a similar theme in terms of money. You come from a different angle, venture capital. Where is that kind of early stage, the big bet in new technologies? What do you see in terms of money flows and money interest?
If I use your grading mechanism, I think I give an A on innovation. I give an A on intent and willingness to deploy, and maybe a C- on actually deploying it, because it's hard, right? But the money is coming in. We got a little bit an adrenaline rush during the heydays of 1920, when the SPAC market sort of confused people. And our sector has a tendency, when things are good, people get too excited, and when things are bad, they get too depressed, and we are somewhere in between right now. But a lot of it is coming in our way, which is exciting.
Okay. Cindy, what is the view from Asia? Because this region has different needs that Americas of Europe. Everyone shares the same ambition, that is decarbonize, but not everyone is in the same stage of the energy evolution and also economic development. So how do you see the equation from Asia?
Thank you. I think when we address energy transition, we have to look at the context, which is very important. In Asia, we are faced with the energy trilemma, which is a factor of energy sustainability, energy resilience, as well as energy affordability. Asia is a rising population, and there's rapid urbanization, which also means that the demand for energy is projected to grow rapidly. In fact, by 2040, the energy demand in Asia will double. And we have a problem here because the bulk of the energy mix in Asia is fossil fuel based. However, there's also hope, because Asia is, especially Southeast Asia, we are very fortunate to be blessed with abundance of renewable energy. Now the challenge will then be, how do we deploy technology, infrastructure, and capital to harness the abundance renewable in a form that is predictable, secure, affordable.
Thank you. Please, before I forget, you could be sending questions to the panelists, which I will ask them. You need to use the app. I think that we will get the QR code that you need to use, but at any time, feel free to send the questions. I will be getting them on the device, and then I can put those questions to our panelists. When we look at decarbonization, it is a journey. You start doing new things, and the first steps usually are easier because of the low-hanging fruit. Next steps get more complicated. I have my personal experience. Putting solar panels in the house was relatively easy, even with the nightmare that planning permission in the United Kingdom can be. And you are on the business side. I have a lot of sympathy now about planning permission and dealing with governments. Mine was my local government, but Jesus, that was difficult. Then you go into the materials industry and you do more insulation. That's more complicated. I'm now into the cycling to work. That is really hard. So when you look at things that you think that we should be doing on this path to decarbonization, and we need to focus on things that they are real, that they are on the money, that the technology is there, what do you think is the next big thing that we should be trying to do? And a question for all the panel, but Andrew, let me start with you. What is the next thing that you say, this is real, this is scalable, it is on the money, and we have the technology to do it. Let's do it now.
Okay, so certainly we have all the technology we need for solar, wind, hydrogen electrolyzers, hydrogen fuel cells, that's all basic technology. It's all there. What's lacking really is the will or even the character of leadership to get on and use those technologies, stop putting up excuses, and just get on and do it.
So it's policy what we need to solve for that?
Look, it's not just policy, it's the character and will of business leaders to push policy. This is not a resource we're running out of. Solar infinite, wind infinite, renewable energy infinite. The resource we're short of is really the character of leaders to actually bite the bullet, to answer the question, when will you stop burning fossil fuel? And answer it truthfully, and say, if it's a great answer, is this decade. Average answer, first half of next decade. Wrong answer is after 2035. And that question simply needs to be put to leaders. And if you leave it to your workforce, say, work it out for me, they'll go work it out. No, it's really the character of leadership which is the scarcest resource right now.
John.
Look, I think for building and construction, a big way forward is recycling of construction demolition materials. And that was basically not used in the past. And now this will be a big future for construction industry and especially for Holcim. We have, last year alone, we have recycled 1,000 full truckloads every single day into new products. And we need the governments to follow, to allow us in the building codes to use more recycling material compared to virgin material. But there's nothing to complain. We have to propose the solution, and then the building codes, they have to be properly tested, but that's a big area for us. So we are growing. We have already 7 million tons of construction demolition material recycled last year, and this is growing at 20% every year, and we want to be the recycler of those materials in all the metropolitan areas. So,
talk to me about numbers, how those recycling materials look like to a final customer who is buying. Is it going to be more expensive? Is it actually cheaper? How that compares?
For you, it will be only a minor premium on the more sustainable solutions. But I know the product is great. It's a local product, construction demolition materials. We recycle it to use it as a raw material or to even replace virgin material directly with it. So we have one of our most advanced cement types already we introduced in Europe. Has 25% of the product is construction demolition material. You can imagine that the recycling of such a material is rather easy, and no downcycling, can be fully reused 100%. So it's actually quite a high return operation.
Hans, you're investing in dozens of different companies. I mean, when you look through that prism, what do you see today as the most exciting opportunity for real, scalable, on-the-money decarbonization technologies or initiatives?
So the roadmap to decarbonize the global economy is pretty straightforward, right? You start with decarbonizing supply. Wind and solar is probably a good winner there, not the only one, but a meaningful one. You electrify demand. You start with the vehicles, you go the home heatings and other places, and then you clean up the rest with clean molecules for the real hard challenges that both of you are facing here. So the roadmap is clear. Where I think we have the biggest disconnect today is sort of dealing with the intermittency or connecting supply and demand on the electron. Power will go up 2 times over the next decade or 2 in this region. Elon Musk is out there saying it's 3 times because the generative AI data search takes 50 to 100 times the computing power and the electrons of a Google search. So you have that, but the peak power might be 5 times. So you somehow have to connect the two with either wires, whether that's to Malaysia from here or to Australia. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but or you use chemical storage. There are a lot of developments, a lot of attention we are paying to that, long-term seasonal storage. It could be scalable solutions like dispatchable microgrids using renewable natural gas, etc., a big role, making the communication smarter between demand and supply, telling your vehicle charger, don't charge at 6 o'clock when everybody does it, do it at midnight. So those are 3 big themes that I think we'll pay a lot of attention to. Storing heat, right? 25% of the world's emissions, energy consumption are around heat. We invested in a company called Rondo. They basically take 200-year-old technology, bricks, and heat them up, and it's much more efficient than anything else out there. So a lot's happening. There's not one silver bullet, unfortunately. Noel said it earlier here today. It's not black or white. Different answers for Australia, for Singapore, for Switzerland, and but there are a lot of opportunities because a lot of money will be spent.
Technology around the grid and the kind of how we manage the electricity grid seems to be a big area. And sometimes I'm surprised of how unsophisticated our grids are, as to the fact that I only got a smart meter about a year and a half ago, which is almost, I suppose that in computer terms, it will be like saying that I have only got internet about yesterday. Why is that it's taking so long to make our grids smarter? What is the big difficulty?
I think Cindy mentioned probably one of the key bottlenecks. We call it the trilemma. Everybody wants to go clean. From the corporations to you go in the schools today, they all want to work on it. And then they realize, well, it has to be secure. And I'm from Germany originally. They learned a lesson. They were thankful that the winter was not that cold, because they would have basically not gotten the heat and the electrons. And it has to be affordable. And sort of doing that, it's a really difficult equation to solve that, in our view, requires innovation and collaboration. The grid that you're referring to has been built over 100 years. One of our partners, the Southern company, built the last nuclear power plant in the US. Took them decades and a lot of money, but that will be operating for 80 years, right? So you cannot just ignore the money that has been spent, otherwise it's not affordable.
Cindy, what do you think that for this region in particular are technologies, ideas on decarbonization that we can be pushing now?
Well, I think scale matters. So when it comes to grid, I think reliability of the grid is the topmost priority. For example, in Singapore, we have one of the world's most reliable grid system. If I recall correctly, the last statistics that was reported, we have a disruption of less than a quarter minute for the whole entire year. And that was back in 2016. So to have a reliable grid, you need to have very reliable power generation. And one of the large-scale, utility-scale power generation unit, which Keppel is currently building, is a 600-megawatt hydrogen-ready combined cycle gas turbine. This is significant because upon commercial operation, this CCGT will be hydrogen-ready. It can take up to 30% of hydrogen by volume. And as we all know, natural gas is by far the cleanest source of fossil fuel. It is always on, flexible, and dispatchable. Whilst we are building this and securing the sources of natural gas to ensure reliable power generation, we also future-ready the power generation by making sure we have accessibility to low-carbon hydrogen. And this is where we are very optimistic about hydrogen as a potential zero-emission energy vector. Now, the challenge lies in accessibility to continuous, storable source of hydrogen. So what is that energy vector or derivative that we can transport and store hydrogen in? And this is along this line of thinking that we are developing green ammonia as a potential source of low carbon and zero emission energy. So in order to produce low carbon ammonia at a very competitive cost, you have to pursue location where you have very competitive levelized cost of renewable. And for that, I don't mean instantaneous generation of renewable. I mean firm renewable generation. So this is where hybridization becomes very important. We would love to chase location whereby you don't have only just a single source of renewable energy, but multiple sources such that we can hybridize and optimize the round-the-clock competitive renewable. So Australia is one such location where we are pursuing a hydrogen hub project in central Queensland. We could hybridize the production of renewable with pump hydro, solar, and of course a bit of battery storage to ensure continuous electrolysis of hydrogen and then synthesis into green ammonia. And by the way, scale matter in order to drive down cost. If we were to produce ammonia and transport and store it for power generation, we might as well aggregate demand to use ammonia for the decarbonization of hard-to-abate sector, like maritime transportation. And this is along this line, Singapore is creating a end-to-end value chain for the manufacturing of green ammonia, transportation, and potential power generation, and bunker fuel end use. I think coming together of sectors and large-scale application will help drive down costs over time.
Andrew, you are obviously very interested on hydrogen. And when I speak to some executives on the sector, perhaps they are coming from the fossil fuel industry that they are now exploring hydrogen. One of the things I hear is, yeah, everyone is talking about hydrogen, but the buyers are not committing to buy. They are not signing off-take agreements for 10, 15, 20 years that will justify our investments. Are they saying that to me because they're coming from the fossil fuel industry and they don't really want to invest? Is a reluctance from buyers to commit for long-term off-take agreements on hydrogen or green ammonia? What trends do you see there?
Yeah, look, there is a reluctance at the early stages because people are wanting to see a regular supply. People like Cindy, I'm really pleased to be on this panel because I'm not seeing shortage of character and leadership here. But you know, it's this chicken or the egg scenario, which is why we've decided just to go first and
you
start
basically
producing green
are
hydrogen.
building with, and you're saying that I'm going to produce the supply and the demand will come.
The demand will come. Look, I've actually done it before with grades of iron ore, which were considered to be not commercial. They're now the biggest volume product in the global iron ore sector, which is the biggest shipping by ton sector in the world. So, you know, I believe we know how to do this. There is a massive demand for green hydrogen. It's great to see 30%. Cindy, GE, screaming at my doorstep saying we've started to produce turbines which can use 100% LNG or 100% hydrogen, and our buyers are buying these machines of us and then saying, where's the green hydrogen? And so it's not easy to get these industries going. Government has to support them. Government has to get in behind them. That's government's entire role. We shouldn't forget that when oil got going, it was $1,600 a barrel. It got a truckload of support because it was popular. That's because people wanted a more convenient source of energy. Now, it's much more dangerous. We need a source of energy which won't destroy us. And the simple fact is that the human race, a bit like how I tease my American friends, you know, we'll do the right thing after we've exhausted all other options. And I think from an investment perspective, this world is going to go green because the obvious destruction in front of us if we don't is becoming clearer and clearer. So I think, A, let's keep putting capital into it because it is going to get a good yield. B, have risk takers like myself step up and supply Cindy with green hydrogen or green ammonia, whatever she wants. We need green ammonia for our own trucks, which are now operating, green ammonia for our own trains. I'll be going out to one of Singapore's shipyards this afternoon to see the world's first green ammonia fuel cell ship. We're getting this ecosystem going as a supplier and as demand. So that, Cindy, gentlemen, is where we want to push the green hydrogen ecosystem.
Hans, in the world of energy, sometimes we talk about the energy trilemma, that triangle of how clean our sources of energy are, how secure or reliable they are, and how affordable they are. When you look at that energy trilemma, what do you see today, particularly looking at investing in decarbonization technologies?
Well, I touched on that briefly before. What excites us is that there's so much enthusiasm from corporations to get involved, right? So the utilities that control the network, that they want to be a part of that. The oil and gas companies who are really good at drilling things and transporting molecules around, they want to get involved. So that fact that they want to collaborate and get in a room together with those innovators is very encouraging. The way we operate as a firm, we create our Shark Tank. I think you watch British television, it's called The Dragon's Den, anybody's seen that. So we put those experts in a room and they talk among each other, they learn from each other, and they learn with the innovators to come up with the solutions. So that process is amazing, because when we started, EIP before Paris, it was 8 companies that had a net zero commitment of some sorts. I think we added 1,200 last year. It's 2,400 now. So that train has left the station, and that's really the exciting part. Just to comment on yours, chicken and egg, but they need to be in the same hen house, because it's very difficult to transport that egg to the other places. I just want to
not as ammonia.
Say we've allowed a lot of money, but in America with the IRA, $3 a kilogram, that makes a big difference. And there are places where that will come very quickly.
Yeah. And also in America, you can put the production system next door to the demand system. It's just a pipe.
That's
and
right.
Hydrogen loves pipes. So.
Yeah, that's easy in Texas, in Oklahoma. It's harder in Saudi. It may still happen.
Hans just mentioned the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. A lot of support, subsidies, perhaps better permitting coming from the U.S. government. That is different in other places. But what do we need from governments to help the decarbonization path? And particularly, is it about money? It's the biggest thing that we need is more subsidies, or is about perhaps regulation, permitting? Jan, what do you want to see? Particularly, you are based in Europe. What do you want to see from the European government?
I think I join Andrew. We have to start. We shouldn't complain too much and waste too much time on the different dilemmas we are having. I would say we have different situations. So to decarbonize my company, which is a manufacturing company, we have to talk about renewable energy, maybe green hydrogen. We have different formulations. We have the process. We have the final solution for the customer. And the decarbonization steps are all the same for all markets. But depending on the local situation, they vary in intensity and speed. And we see that at the moment, the European Union with their Green Deal is, let's say, the most supportive economic framework to decarbonize fast, as they put a significant price or incentive scheme on CO2, as they provide regulation, they have border adjustment mechanisms. So that's the most, and for us, that's incentivized framework. And then you have other markets which have maybe on a different level. But I would not complain and just say, let's get ready. And maybe the speed and the intensity is a bit different, or we all have the courage like Andrew, and we just do it, and we have the chicken and the egg in the same moment.
Cindy, what do you think that Asian governments need to do in terms of supporting the industry, particularly with money?
I think maybe you can put it into 3 big buckets, right? One being the cost in parity, how to narrow the cost gap versus, the green molecule versus conventional molecule. IRA simulate production. There's a lot of production subsidies. But I suppose industry policies in terms of demand or usage would be helpful to encourage and nudge off-taker. So I think a bit of subsidies or CFD to close the gap on the demand side would be useful. That's number one. And number two, I think a lot of sector coupling will be very useful. Say, for example, ammonia is not unfamiliar to the fertilizer industry or to the chemical, like the explosive industry. But it is being traded as a chemical commodity. So buyers or off-taker are familiar with buying spot, 1-year contract, 2-year contract, small volume. If you look at ammonia as a store of energy or as a fuel or as an energy in itself, we are used to underwriting long-term contract. So I think the definition is a new definition and a new end use. So the coming together of sectors, understanding the standards, the ways of commercial contracting, who bears what risk, will be very helpful. So I think standardization, sector coupling will be very, very useful. I think third and most importantly is the long-term technology roadmap. I think we have to support directionally places where R&D dollar and technology development dollars, skill and capacity upgrading are being placed in. So directionally, I think hydrogen and its derivative will be the norm for the new energy system. So, however, it takes time, and I hope the other thing that will help encourage fast tracking of this is shortening the permitting time required. There's a lot of hoops developer, operator, and investors need to jump behind in order to actualize large-scale projects. Permitting and authority approval, coming together of cross-border markets will be very helpful to encourage speedier decarbonization at scale. Thank you.
A reminder, if you have any questions from our panelists, please use your app to send the questions to me, and I will receive them. To all the panel, we were earlier discussing of the things that we should be trying to do and speed up in those technologies. But let me ask the question in a different way now, and is, we have been on this path of decarbonization already for a number of years, and we know perhaps, or we have now experience of things that don't work. We try it, it's good to try, but it doesn't really work on the scale that we were hoping, or it's too complicated, or it's turns out to be too expensive. Is anything that you will say, we try it, and I don't think that that's going to be a solution, or it's not going to be a solution on greater scale, and we need to move on from that? And Hans, if you don't mind me starting with you, what is the things that you have learned? This is not going to be the solutions that we were hoping.
There are so many. Last year there were 10,055 companies worldwide. They got $1 million investment in our broader sector. The amount of innovation out there is incredible. So the technology we need are there for the most part, or getting there closely. So it's a lot about deploying those. And just following on the last question, sometimes the government, as an allocator of capital, I'm not sure it's helpful, but they can help a little bit getting those deployed. A lot of it is about industrializing, deploying technologies that are developed, that are in the trenches. People know of NIMBY, I'm assuming. Have you heard of bananas? Anybody heard of that? Build absolutely nothing near anyone anytime soon. That's kind of what...
Hold on a second. You need to repeat that more slowly, because you told me that earlier. I was very familiar with NIMBY, but the bananas acronym is completely new to me. So go ahead,
so
bananas.
Build absolutely nothing near anyone anytime soon. And that applies to bringing the cheap electrons from Quebec to New York, 10 years waiting for the planning process. That applies to the copper mines, as some of them are sitting for 10 years, 15 before something happens. That is applying to the nuclear industry and many other places. So a lot of it is deploying, industrializing what we have today. They will get us 80% there. Some of the tougher problems, from the steel making to the built environment to the cement, that will take more development, but 80% of the challenge is deploying the things we have economically, and there's not one size fits all for that.
John, is anything that you have learned over the last few years that it doesn't really work, and that you decided, no, we're going to try a different approach?
Well, I think for me it's the opposite. As a company, we did the net zero pledge, I think 4 years ago, and then it took us quite some courage to make a roadmap, and then we can do net zero. And when I see now the innovation we had on the way and the momentum we have from renewable energies to electrification of all the logistics we are having, also all the way down to carbon capture technologies, I'm rather surprised about the speed and the scalability of those innovations which we need. So I have the opposite to report. I'm rather surprised about how fast we are moving on the technology side.
Andrew, is something that you have tried that you have became a bit like, no, that's not working?
Oh, look, it's the pure reliance on batteries. My organization is one of the largest investors in batteries and battery technology, and I think batteries have got a long way to go. But when we worked out that if we try and just run the world on batteries, it's never going to happen, it's very finite.
Why it would not happen?
Because it's finite material. A battery with a tank of hydrogen, which is an infinite material, it's simply a function of renewable energy, electricity price, electrolyzers, and you have as much hydrogen as you'll ever want. Hydrogen with a battery is the solution. Battery on its own is very short-sighted, and we're moving away from batteries on their own. And, you know, I said to my engineers, look, I want a hydrogen fuel cell truck. These are trucks, you know, not much smaller than the size of this room. I said, look, make me a hydrogen fuel cell truck. And they said, there's not even one invented yet. I said, okay, how long is it going to take? They said, 3 years. I said, well, no, 100 days. They said, we haven't got a truck to retrofit. I said, 99 days. We don't have a shed to retrofit it in. 98 days. They said, stop. We'll have a crack at it. That first truck, hydrogen fuel cell truck, rolled out of a shed in 93 days. So if we really try, if we really have a crack, which you're seeing on this panel, then we can make this difference. I would to say rely on batteries just because it's easy. That's going to be very short-term and lead to a bigger problem. Put hydrogen with a battery, now you've got the global solution.
A big difference over the next at least few months, perhaps years, if we listen to the different central banks of the world, is that we are going to be doing decarbonization in an environment of much higher interest rates. We started this path with money which was almost free, and now money is more expensive. As a holder of a mortgage, I'm beginning to realize that. How that is impacting the way that you think, and also how is that impacting the investors who are putting the money? Because, you know, at the end of the day, they can put their money in treasuries and get almost 5% risk-free. You think that the American government is risk-free. That obviously the premium that they are going to demand for the returns on new projects in venture capital is going to be very, very different. So, Hans, how high interest rates are affecting your business?
It makes a big difference, right? We've got used to 2 decades of really, really low interest rates, and venture capital loves that. When that change happened, the overall venture market valuations came down by 50%. Fundraising is down 80%. So it's a bit of a cold winter for the general VC market. Our sector, the energy transition, is faring better, so it's down 30% or so. And we're still, standing up between generative AI and climate change. It's still more positive, but people have to be more thoughtful on what they do. And again, I said it before, during those heydays of the SPAC market, the valuations were crazy. Some people came in on 2 weeks due diligence throughout the evaluation and were hoping that they can arbitrage it in some SPAC story within a few months and make a ton of money, and they all collapsed 95%. So I think it's a healthy reset for us, for the industry on the innovation venture capital side, but people will have to be more thoughtful in that interest rate environment because
can we do decarbonization at 5% interest rates?
Say it again.
Can we do decarbonization at 5% interest rates?
We have. I mean, the beauty about decarbonization is that at the end of the day, it makes economic sense. I mean, the doing good is one good motivator, but the way the electric vehicle overall cost structure will be, it's cheaper to drive an electric vehicle and it's more fun, right? So those are the real motivator, and that will get us a long way. There are some areas where we face a monopoly with China, or where it's something that is really hard, like hydrogen. A little bit government helps, but ultimately, if it has to be economic. It has to make economic sense for the energy transition to work, and it will, I think.
Thank you so much for that. We are running out of time, so I think that we are going to leave it there. But I think it's a very important message that for the decarbonization to work, it needs also to make economic sense. Business needs to thrive while doing the right thing for the planet, going green. Thank you so much, and join me, please, thanking the panel.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Vice Chairman of CCIEE, Bi-Jing Quan, and Editor-in-Chief of the South China Morning Post, Tammy Tam.
It is indeed my privilege to have Mr. Bi Jingquan, Executive Vice Chairman of the Beijing-based high-level think tank, the China Center for International Economic Exchanges, under NDRC, the State Council's National Development and Reform Commission, to be here with us today. And today, our session will focus on China's post-COVID economic recovery. The session will be conducted in Chinese. Anyone in the audience who needs translation, please turn on the device on your seat. 毕理事长，非常开心今天早上。
Good morning, Mr. B. It's my great pleasure to have this opportunity to have a dialogue with you. Our conversation will be focused on China's economic recovery after the pandemic. This morning, we had the honor to listen to Vice President Han. He pointed out that the world is full of uncertainties and instabilities, and the theme of this forum is to embrace uncertainties, instabilities. In context of this global economic environment, China as the second largest economy in the world, the whole world looks at China as how its economic growth evolves. There is one kind of view that the economic recovery since the end of pandemic is not satisfactory or is not up to expectation. Do you think this is a kind of wrong judgment or wrong opinion? And where does the economic lies in? I think China's economy is still in the process of recovery. From January to September, GDP grew year-over-year 5.2%. It is expected that for the whole year, we can achieve 5% GDP growth rate. In terms of inflation rate and consumer consumption price, year-over-year, from January to September, the growth was 0.4%. But manufacturing purchase index is still negative. 25% within the range. And by the end of September, unemployment stands at 5.2%. That is urban unemployment. It is slightly lower than the number in June. So overall, I would say China's economy is still growing in a good direction. Indeed, we are faced with certain problems, and the confidence is recovering in the market. Domestically and internationally, we are faced with challenges on the economic front. For example, the real estate sector drags down, is a drawback for the economic recovery, and also the local government debt is also a quite big problem. But overall, I would say China's economy still has a huge potential for growth. At the end of September, the National People's Congress approved adjustment of the size of the sovereignty debt, and we also have a lot of demand that is not yet met. For example, the underground pipeline and network building, we still have a lot of demand and room for growth. Currently, in the cities in China, the pipelines are not dense enough. As a result, sometimes there is a heavy rain, the downtown is flooded. Also, sewage pipelines in the cities in China is only 40% compared to that of water supply pipeline. As a result, in some cities, the sewage cannot be properly treated before they are discharged. So we still need a lot of investment in this regard, in this sector. If we are able to invest and build and improve the underground pipeline network in the cities, I think it also provides a driver for economic GDP growth and will meet unmet demand. And the second sector I want to mention is the pharmaceutical or the medical industry. At the moment, if you go to visit a hospital in China, for example, the hospital beds, you will find that the patients need to stay in four people share one room. And now the people's living standards have improved, and the patients are willing to have better environment, pay for better hospital environment. That means the hospitals need to invest. in the infrastructure. And today, the patients, if they are hospitalized, they need to pay a daily rate of 250 RMB yuan to hire a helper, or not really nurse, but a helper. So there is still a lot of room for employment for medical staff, including nurse and many others. The third sector is immigrant workers. We have about 300 million immigrant workers who are working in the cities, and they are residential housing is not insured, and we need to provide accommodation for them. We need to build houses for them, also to bring their families to live with them in cities and provide schooling for their children. This is a huge demand. The fourth area of big demand is to cater to the aging society. China is a society that is quickly aging. If we can address the issue of providing basic medical care to the senior and to develop the aging, meet the aging needs, that is a huge demand that needs to be met. Finally, education. Every year, there's a lot of people that need to get education. Today, more than 80,000 school children go overseas for schooling. We can collaborate with international counterparts to provide education. Basically, my point is that we have a lot of market demand that is not yet met. Maybe we need to liberate our ideas and to find to tap the potential of economic growth in China. Thank you very much, Mr. B. You have given us 5 sectors with huge market demand and the potential to tap. And I can see that all these need a lot of investment. Now, talking about investment, aside from domestic and local government, which can invest, we also can benefit from foreign domestic investment. Now, because of various reasons, in the past few period of time, some investors have withdrawn. Some are more reluctant and looking around, see if they should come to invest. What advice do you have for them? Well, China is a manufacturing base for the whole world. Many multinational companies now are adjusting to their logistics chain, and they are optimizing their layout of resources. I think it is outcome we see, because China itself is a huge market. Our urban resident, the number of urban population is growing, and in the past few decades, we witnessed a quick industrialization, and the size of the middle class bloomed. So, and China also has rich labor resource, which are very highly qualified. Almost everyone has got 9 years of compulsory educations. Most of them have 12 years of education, and the Chinese people are very willing to work hard to improve their family's livelihood. So the third factor, I think, is because China has a complete, or one of the most complete supply chain, industrial value chain that covers many sectors and industries, and we also have very good supporting infrastructure. Fourthly, Chinese government has a learning attitude. We are always willing to learn from the best practice, from the advanced civilization in the world. We are always willing to change and advance our system. And we are working very hard to cultivate, to develop an internationalized, rule-based, market-based, and business-friendly environment. So I would say that the investors need to be confident in China's economy. In the past few years, indeed, because of complicated reasons, some foreign investors and capital decided to move the funds outside. I think it's completely normal, because money always flow to places where they can make the best return and where it generates more return with the lowest minimum input. I think China has not lost its advantage as the international manufacturing center. China as a big market is still very attractive, and China is still the best place to invest in for foreign capital. And I also hope that in the past few years, maybe due to the pandemic, some of the friends ladies and gentlemen, have decided to move back to your home country. And I do hope that you can, now the pandemic is over, come back to have a look, and you will realize that China is one of the best places to invest in. Okay, that is very informative. My last question is, if we look into the future of China's economy, we know that China-U.S. relations is generally quite tense. Although there are signs of warming up, what is your view on the future of China's relationship with the U.S.? Are you optimistic? Are you cautiously optimistic, or are you pessimistic? Can we conclude this session with this last question? The two leaders of the countries are meeting in San Francisco very soon. I think this is a sign of warming up of the bilateral relations. The past few months, we have set up economic working group and the trade working group, and there has been frequent exchange of personnel and visits. And I think this is important for improving the bilateral relations. It is good, positive for the advancement of China-U.S. relations. Even in the past few years, in context of the tense geographical political landscape, China-U.S. trade has been doing well. The trade has been growing, and that, I think, suffice to say that the nature of China-U.S. relations is complementary and win-win, and serving each other. So we need to do things that make our two peoples happy. The China-economic relations between the two countries serves as the main ballast of the and the stabilizing factor. Thank you very much, Mr. Zheng, for sharing your insight, and thank you for sharing the very sincere views on China-U.S. relationship. Let's have a round of applause to thank Mr. Zheng.
Please welcome our panelists, Chief Investment Officer of Ping An Group, Benjamin Deng, Founder and CEO of Primavera Capital, Fred Hu, Founding Managing Partner of Chiming Venture Partners, Gary Rochelle, Chief Geoeconomics Analyst of Bloomberg Economics, Jennifer Welch, and our moderator, Chief Economist of Bloomberg Economics, Tom Orlik.
Okay, well, I moved to China, to Shanghai, in 2007, and I left China 11 years later in 2018. In that period, and in the time since, a huge amount has changed in China and in the global perception of China. In 2007, China's population was still relatively young, and its workforce was growing. Real estate was booming, and trade and technology ties with the United States were vibrant. Tensions in the Taiwan Strait, well, they didn't go away, but they weren't top of anyone's worry list. Fast forward to 2023, and the situation has significantly changed. There are certainly some big positives. China continues to innovate on sustainable energy, on electric vehicles. Xi Jinping has cracked down on corruption, and the Belt and Road Initiative has put Chinese capital and expertise to work around the world, driving economic development. But on those big macro factors, things have changed, unfortunately, for the worse. China's working age population is shrinking. China's real estate sector is in a significant correction. There are new and significant barriers to trade and technology transfer between China and the United States. And tensions in the Taiwan Strait, well, they've seldom been higher. Put the pieces together, and it's really no surprise that China's growth, which in 2007 was comfortably in the double digits, will in 2023 come in at around half that. 5% growth, not bad in international comparison, but pretty lackluster compared to China's recent history. So, time for a re-evaluation of the China story. And who better to help us with that re-evaluation than our fabulous panel? Fred, let me start with you. China's property sector, once the biggest driver of growth, is now in the middle of a serious correction. How far does that correction still have to go, and what are the costs going to be for China's economy?
Right, Tom, I think your opening remarks are really a very pessimistic case, about China. But I think you're right, at least on property. Okay, property saga in China is still unfolding. Home prices in major Chinese cities have been falling. Many of the country's biggest property developers are teetering on the brink of debt defaults, falling sales, liquidity crunch, and under tremendous pressure to restructure and repair their battered balance sheets. So the property, definitely I don't see the end anytime soon. I think the what's happening in China is quite different from what happened in the US during the subprime housing crisis in 2007-2008. That was, if you recall, was pretty abrupt, full-blown and violent implosion, with the global financial crisis. What's happening in Chinese real estate, I think it's a multi-year process. Okay, it's more like in Japan, the real estate crisis in Japan in the 1990s, be the slow motion crisis. So, China will have to deal with this problem, for at least a few more years to come.
Thanks very much, Fred. When you started by saying, Tom, your opening remarks on China, I was hoping the next words were extremely insightful and completely correct. So I was a little disappointed to hear I was off base, but thank you for your insights. Ben, we've heard Fred touch on the risk of a pass-through from property correction to financial crisis. And Fred touched on the examples of the Lehman shock following the subprime crisis in the US, and of course, Japan's lost decade in the 1990s. You're managing trillions of yuan of investments in the Chinese system. How are you thinking about those risks? Should we be worried about property crisis sagging into financial crisis, or are those fears overblown?
Fred just mentioned about global financial crisis. I was AIG's regional risk manager for Pan-Asian businesses back in 2008. I still remember that day. I was worried about my job next day. And coincidentally, you just mentioned something very interesting. I moved from New York to Hong Kong in 2007 when you moved to Beijing. I started working for mainland China company in 2018, and you just moved out of China. It was such an interesting coincidence. What I'm thinking is the property market in China needs a correction because there was a bubble. There was heated momentum in China. And, but from investors' perspective, I run large portfolios. My total portfolio under my management is like 4.6 trillion RMB. That's really, really large. And what I need to do is to stay stable with my allocation strategies and run through the jugular cycle. Look, every economy has a cycle and run through different cycles. And we are just in the cycle of a lower phase of that cycle. We were at the peak and coming down to the lower part of the cycle, and it's going to come out of that one. How fast will China's property market come out of the trough? Different parts of the property will behave differently. You got old traditional residential housing. It could have a long trough, could have a long period of being cold, but also we have multifamilies. We have rental properties that are really trendy today. We're investing more into those kind of properties. And also the quasi-real estate, we got infrastructure, we got the logistics and the industrial parks. All these things are also real estate type of investments that we are really interested in. And coming back to your question about how China will be compared to Japan, I did some really in-depth studies before just to make sure, compare the two countries. There are a lot of similarities, of course, but I think there are some key differences. China has a bigger economy and more diversity in terms of the composition of the economy, of the macroeconomic structure, and the depth. And also, there's one more thing, that the policy, execution of policies in China is quite efficient and effective. So, I want to quote the governor of CSRC, Mr. Yi. What he said before was that, in one of the conferences, he said the policies will come out gradually. So I think the government will take a very measured approach, not to flood the market with all kinds of policies that people don't have direction with, and will test the water and make sure things don't go overly corrected, and eventually the sentiment will turn. So I think it's a measured policy action with careful investigation on the surroundings and with very solid execution. So within a few years' time, I think I'm positive it's going to come out for better. Thank you.
Gary, property is part of China's old economy. You're an investor in China's new economy. Where do you see the innovations? Where do you see the opportunities? Where are you putting your money to work?
Yeah, I think if I drew one comparison to Japan, since we brought up Japan, Japan really had no innovation society. China has been entrepreneurial driven now for the last 20 years. When you look at the economic development, virtually all the new growth has been in private companies. The profit growth has been in private companies. Entrepreneurs have driven virtually all the innovations. They're not coming from the SOEs. And so there was a great deal of money that came in. Foreign money initially funded a good part of the innovation that occurred in China. That's now being transitioned to RMB. So 90% of venture capital today in China is RMB. When you look at 3 of the last 5 years, the Chinese stock market generated more exits in both dollars and number of deals than the US stock markets, which is not something people would have expected 20 years ago. So the innovation economy in China is actually quite robust. And it's very broad. It's affecting the healthcare system. It's going to occur in semiconductors, partly because of U.S. policy and partly because of just the native skills that are there. There are areas that are more challenging, enterprise software and things, but advanced manufacturing, AI, biotech, drug development, cell therapies, gene therapies, these are all areas that are going to be very, very robust in terms of venture capital investment going forward. The other piece I would add, just very briefly, is that dollars going into China have declined, but they've declined globally. In 2005, the US and China together combined for about 84% of global venture capital. Today, they combine for 83% of global venture capital. And it's quite staggering when you think about the amount of money that's gone into private equity and venture capital, that 2 countries still control that. The only 2 countries in the world that are complete ecosystems, from sourcing capital, funding entrepreneurs, growing companies, exiting, are China and the United States. That's not going to change anytime in the near future.
Jenny, China's rise as a technological power is clearly a huge positive for the people of China, helping raise standards of living for 1.3 billion people. How does it look from the US perspective? We see the Biden administration moving to constrain China's access to leading-edge semiconductors, for example. I think many people in Beijing view that as going beyond national security and actually as an attempt to contain China's rise as a technological power. You recently joined Bloomberg from the White House, where you worked on China policy. How should we think about it?
No, I think that's right. We're watching a major shift in how the U.S. approaches technology and China, and I think it reflects a shift in how the U.S. looks at China, but also its own economy. So for decades, the U.S. has had policies in place that restrict China's access to tech that is primarily used for military applications. But recently, we've seen Washington become more concerned about the role of technology leadership and the impact it can have on industrial capacity and on the workforce. And that's really become a consensus across both political parties, and they've shifted away from kind of the traditional neoliberal approach to technology and economics and trade. You add to that the lines in technology itself are becoming more blurred. There's tech like advanced semiconductors that has military applications, but also important commercial applications. And then additionally, you have the blurring of the lines in terms of who is developing and using that tech with civil-military fusion. And you combine all those factors together, and what we're seeing is a real expansion in U.S. policy away from the really narrow target on military end users and military applications to things like the CHIPS restrictions, which are targeting tech that is used commercially, it's used by commercial end users. I think because those underlying concerns and those underlying structural factors are persistent, and this is a policy that began in the Trump administration but has continued under the Biden administration, very strongly supported in Congress, and China's continuing to make progress despite those restrictions, I think Washington's going to continue this approach, and that metaphorical fence is going to continue to go up. The metaphorical yard is likely also going to expand.
Gary, your perspective on that. Is the fence the right height or too high? Is the yard too big or too small?
So I think the fantasy of industrial policy should have been laid to rest a long time ago. Japan had an industrial policy. Didn't work out so well. China's industrial policy, I also think, hasn't been terribly effective. They announced a major consolidation of the steel industry in 2002, and they went from 54 steel companies to 52 steel companies in 17 years. So, industrial policy is simply not the way to go. The U.S. now has to go through the process of understanding that and how much money that'll waste and the inefficiencies associated with that. So we are unabashed supporters of entrepreneurs. We're unabashed supporters that the private sector at the point of the spear is where the changes are going to occur and where the innovations are going to be developed. The government can backfill and support from behind, not picking the winners as companies, but picking sectors that are strategic. And China has selectively done that, I think, quite well. I think that the U.S., when you look at the CHIPS Act, they loaded it up with so many things that no one wants to take the money. 15 months later, not a single dollar of the CHIPS Act has been deployed because the companies don't want the money because of all the bells and whistles that the government associated with it. So industrial policy is not going to be the path to success for the United States. It hasn't been the path for success to China.
Jenny, let me come back to you, and we'll stick with the subject of US-China relations. Now, there's a mystery as to why President Xi and President Biden decided to meet in APEC when there's a perfectly good international summit taking place in Singapore right now. But there we are. Xi and Biden meeting in APEC. What do you think is going to be on the agenda? How are your former colleagues on the National Security Council going to be briefing President Biden ahead of that meeting?
I think there's a lot on the agenda. This is the first time they will have met since this time last year at the G20. And there's a lot that's happened in the world since then. So I think they'll be talking about global events, the ongoing war in Ukraine, now the war in the Middle East, where both sides really have a major stake in not seeing that conflict boil over. Taiwan, I think, is going to be on the agenda, particularly with the upcoming presidential election. This is something that both sides are watching closely. They're watching what the other side is doing on it as well. And then I think a huge portion of the conversation will be about the bilateral relationship. Since they last met, both sides have taken steps that the other one doesn't appreciate, the CHIPS restrictions being certainly one of them from Beijing's perspective. So I think there's going to be the traditional exchange of complaints on that front. But I think the most forward-looking part of the conversation is going to be how are they managing those tensions, because they're not going to go away. And in that respect, I have pretty low expectations for major deliverables. I just think we're past that paradigm at this point in time. But we could see them look towards other mechanisms for managing that relationship, managing the competition, new working groups and dialogue mechanisms, which don't sound very exciting, but are actually pretty important for stabilizing the relationship.
Fred, your perspective on that upcoming Xi-Biden meeting and the broader US-China relationship. How do you see that evolving in the years ahead?
Well, what's really troubling is the last couple of years, there's been a shouting match across Pacific, right? So now the leaders actually are engaged. They're talking, the meeting and the ministerial meetings. Yes, we still have a lot of differences, but we also find ways to work together as necessary. So I'm hopeful the summit will really dial down, the tensions by several notches, and then, both sides become more pragmatic, focused on the areas. Of course, they'll have differences, but also areas that there are shared interest and, shared challenges like climate. So I'm definitely hopeful and encouraged by the willingness of both sides, to engage. Just, that's a good sign.
Certainly the flurry of visitors from DC to Beijing, Yellen, Blinken, Raimondo, of course, Vice President Han Zheng's speech today at the forum, and now the upcoming meeting between Xi and Biden.
And Mr. Bloomberg.
And Mr. Bloomberg, of course, do signal. See, I should be the person congratulating Mr. Bloomberg.
That's right.
So do signal that there is an attempt to put a floor under the relationship and to bring some stability. So a hopeful sign. Ben, let's bring the conversation back to China. We've talked about the slump in the property sector. The property sector, of course, is a big chunk of the economy. And we've seen Beijing move stimulus into place to try and offset the drag from property. We've seen rate cuts from the PBOC, fiscal stimulus. Is it enough, or do you think more is required to stabilize China's growth this year and next?
I think the policies are coming out gradually, and I think there will be more policies coming out. And looking at the interest rate level in China, it's lowered, but it's not low enough. That's my personal opinion from a macroeconomist or investor's perspective. I think China still have way to, on the monetary side and also fiscal side, more tools in the box. And just going back to, I did want to comment on your previous question about U.S.-China relationship. I think as investors, we have been waiting for that meeting for a long time. I think it's happening eventually. Great news, and it's a bullish signal for the equity market. And so I think if we look at the U.S. rate cycles and European rate cycles, Japan rate cycles, lower rates will follow the higher rates, and eventually it's going to come up. So China is going into a lower cycle of the rates, which will be bullish for equities and the real estate sectors. So we're just for large money investors like us, we have a balanced portfolio. We want to sort of touching the water and to see which part is going to come low and which part is going to go higher. We pre-allocated money to rates, which was the very right call, and now the rates are coming lower. We are allocating more into the risk assets, which we feel is going to have a better performance next year.
Fred, we heard a little bit on China stimulus from Ben. I'd be interested in your perspective, both on the short-term and the long-term priorities for China's economic policy. Short-term, what more do you think China needs to do to stabilize growth into 2024? Is it more from the PBOC, more on fiscal policy, both? And thinking further out, what are the structural reforms that need to move into place so that China can prove the pessimists wrong and sustain growth at a steady pace into the 2030s?
Yes, the answer is all above. There's still vast scope for policy actions. Ben mentioned the real interest rate in China is still too high, given just how subdued the inflation is. And on the fiscal front, other than sub-national governments like municipal governments, but the national government still has a very strong fiscal position. So clearly a lot more can be done. But to me, the biggest upside is not from conventional cyclical policies, rather from far-reaching structural reforms. China has been successful thus far, mainly because China has been pushing forward market reforms. And those reforms have really unleashed China's potential, particularly really rekindled the entrepreneurial class I think Gary talked about. But right now, Chinese entrepreneurs are lying low and lying flat. Sentiments are very weak, because people are not certain whether the leadership is committed to the kind of reforms. China has benefited so much for so long, and China will continue to need, to the next level, from a high middle-income country to a high-income country, fully developed, as President Xi envisions. So, that's what I will watch very closely, and in particular, really, I would say, among all the broad range of reforms China need, the single biggest priority in my mind is legal reform, is to really establish true rule of law. That's essential for the healthy functioning of modern market economy, which China is. Protection of property rights, protection of entrepreneurs from arbitrary political interference, and worse, even persecution. This sense of insecurity, in my observation in the Chinese entrepreneurial community, is really I've never seen this since 1978. So, if the moment that China really commits to rule of law and market reform, I do think the confidence will slowly but surely come back. Then the animal spirits will be rekindled. Then I'm quite optimistic, not only about the short-term outlook, which is 2024, which I think Tom, you want to ask about. I think China should be not really stretched to reach 5%, in 2024, but more importantly, over medium term, next 5 years to say to 2030, China should be able to achieve high quality, but also fairly high rate of growth, which is, I would say, 5%, just to China's per capita income. So China still, yes, short-term uncertainty aside, I think the pessimism right now, I think, is a bit overblown. China still has huge policy space to maneuver, and China has tremendous underlying potential, particularly the entrepreneurial energy that's still very much there.
Many people make the comparison between China and Japan, and Ben mentioned some of the reasons at the beginning of the discussion why perhaps those comparisons don't really work, and we should be more optimistic about China than the Japan comparison suggests. I think another powerful argument in that direction is thinking about what level of development Japan achieved before their growth significantly slowed. Japan's GDP in 1989 was about 80% of the level in the United States. Japan was already a rich country which had used up its development space. China's GDP today, well, it's grown really quickly, but GDP per capita is still a fraction of the US level, and that points to huge amount of potential in the years ahead. Gary, we heard you talk about the way in which entrepreneurs have driven China's growth, right? From entry into WTO and the rise of the East Coast export factories to the e-commerce giants like Alibaba and Tencent. Of course, the entrepreneurs have been a significant driver of China's development. But we heard Fred say, well, perhaps the environment for entrepreneurs has changed, and it's become a lot more challenging. What's your perspective on this? Has the Xi Jinping Common Prosperity Agenda really changed the story here? And if it has, what has China got to do to revive those animal spirits?
Well, I would say the Xi Jinping Common Prosperity has no hope of being achieved without the entrepreneurs in China. I mean, one is not going to be able to exist without the other. I think you have an allocation issue, and allocations flow over time. In China right now, when you have over 70% of the consumer savings are in property, number one, that was a mistake to ever allow happen, and it's totally unsustainable going forward. Why does that happen? Well, it's because you have capital markets and a stock market that have basically been flatlined for the last 15 years. You put $1 in 2009 in the Chinese stock market, you have $1 today. Maybe you have $1.02, maybe you have 98 cents. And part of that is simply trust. And we're going to hear a lot more about that word, because when you do reform, you have to make sure that the reform is actually establishing trust. If the Chinese consumers don't feel comfortable, those hands get jammed in the pocket so deep, no force on earth is going to get them to spend money. Because historically, as families, pick whatever scenario you want to use, Cultural Revolution, et cetera, they simply won't spend. So the government policies of trying to increase consumption will not work unless they establish trust. The asset allocation that needs to occur in China is people willing to put money in the stock market from the property market, having the capital market be another sustainable long-term store of value. That is not seen that way today. And they've done precious little in the last 5 or 6 years to actually encourage people to do that. So entrepreneurs are fulfilling their job. I would say there aren't as many startups today, but what the problems they're trying to solve with technology, the depth of the technology innovation is very, very high. And the number of entrepreneurs is still enough. Again, 80-something%, China's 40% now of the global venture capital ecosystem. That's enough money, there's enough people, there's enough market demand. But they also need to establish a more sustainable capital market structure so that people don't think there's just one place to save money in China. And right now, that's the property market.
What would be one powerful signal that Beijing could send that they want to move in that direction?
I think, Fred probably knows the capital market structure better than I do in China. I would say that these market interventions that they do, where the government starts going in and buying stock, I think it's a mistake. I think the lack of quality analysis by most of the investment banks in China compared to their foreign counterparts is a problem. Allowing that market to open up so that the best bankers in the world could actually get in and establish a presence in China and support the capital market, I think would be good. So more competition in the financial services market from global players is something that was promised as part of WTO, but it really has not yet materialized.
Fred, do you want to come in on the capital market story? What's the unfinished business for Pan Gongsheng at the PBOC?
So China today is the second largest capital market in the world after the US. Both equity capital market and the bond capital market is all, north of 20 trillion. But unlike the US, there's not enough depth, not enough liquidity, not enough transparency. And also, I would say there's not enough critical mass of institutional investors, right? So most of the national savings, as Gary alluded, is really scattered, by individuals and the matrices or speculative into property and the like. So, to really unleash long-term contractual savings, insurance is a long-term insurance policy, but also pension. I'm sure earlier people talked about the demographic. Maybe not that something people draw the parallel between China and Japan. Demographic trend so starkly similar, but China actually has the opportunity to respond to that, by leveraging the national savings rate, more long-term saving for old age and pension, and with that, then Gary's can not just rely on sophisticated U.S. investors or pension funds. They can actually raise money easily within China from Chinese pension funds and insurance companies. Because given the sheer size and the diversity and the opportunity set in China, it's not realistic to rely on international capital and the confidence alone. You need to have enough domestic capital mobilized, for long-term investments. That will be a virtuous cycle, and I think there's opportunity there.
Jenny, we've talked a lot about risk on this panel. We've talked about risks in the property sector. We've talked about risks in the financial sector. But I think for many people in the world, looking in they see one even bigger risk, the risk of a crisis in the Taiwan Straits. You ran Taiwan policy on the National Security Council. How should we be thinking about this? How big is the risk of a misstep triggering a crisis? And if one does occur, what's the impact on the global economy?
I think in many ways, the situation in the Strait is at its most dangerous point in at least the last 20 years, maybe even more dangerous than that. If we imagine this as three sides to a triangle, each side of the triangle is kind of moving away from the other. So you have in Taiwan increasing affiliation with a different sense of what Taiwan is and Taiwan's democratization, and an increasing sense that Beijing more recently has been less friendly and more of a foe towards Taiwan. In Beijing, you have increasing sense of concern about Taiwan's trajectory, and also an affirmation that Chinese leaders don't want to hand this issue off to the next generation, as they've said quite clearly. And then in Washington, as we've already been discussing, there's that growing tension with China and growing distrust of China, and in particular, a concern about developments in the Strait, because that could be a major point of crisis, not just between Taiwan and China, but also between the US and China. If a crisis were to break out, I think it's really difficult to understate the risks for the global economy. If we take a look at just one side of that triangle, at Taiwan, and just one thing that Taiwan makes, granted, a very important thing that they make a lot of, which is semiconductors, the number of sectors that rely on Taiwan's both cutting edge and more mature nodes, it's everything from smartphones to PCs, home electronics, and autos. Already you have a huge portion of global output and a lot of services that rely on those products. If Taiwan's supply of chips were to be impacted in any way, and in particular if it were to go offline, I think the implications for the global economy would be huge.
So I think we find some reasons for cautious optimism about China's medium to long-term growth prospects on the panel today. I also feel that for myself, any discussion of China's economy right now is a little bit tinged with sadness, as we remember Premier Li Keqiang, a man who gave so much to the cause of China's development and left the world far too soon. Now, those who met Premier Li talk of a man of fierce intelligence, of deep commitment to China's development, and someone who was always eager to absorb new perspectives, new ideas, advice on China's development trajectory. So as we wrap up today's panel, I'd like to come to each of you with the same final question. What one piece of advice would you like to give to Beijing, or to Washington, D.C. as it thinks about its China policy, or to businesses and investors as they attempt to navigate the complexity of the Chinese economy today? Ben.
I have two short stories to share. One is back in 1806, East Indian Company set up their East Indian Company College near London, recommending to the government, the UK government, the British government, to set up the civil service system based on the national examination system they want to learn from China. It was Qing Dynasty. It was before the Opium War. So that exchange of ideas and the exchange of culture happened during the most unimaginable time. And the second question is, the second story is John Murray Forbes, who was part of the Forbes family in Boston. He first started his career in Guangzhou in 1834, I believe. Then he returned to Boston in 1850, bringing back the money he made in China, and also $500,000 given to him by his mentor, the Chinese mentor, Hoka. The money was invested in Chicago railroads. And the railroad system went beyond Mississippi and afterwards. And John Murray Forbes became the chairman of National Committee of the Republican Party in the U.S. And that was right around the Opium War period. So what I'm saying is, people have to go back to history and learn from history. We will, once we study history, we know the interactions, the collaborations, the investments never stopped. Even at the time we don't even remember, we don't even imagine that things would happen that way during that time. So the last advice to the people is stay connected, stay invested, or you will regret it.
Gary.
So the advice would be don't try for the grand bargain. I don't think you're going to have a very, very broad-based agreement on hundreds of points. Right before this session, there was a very, very important initiative that has been sponsored by Bloomberg, Asia Society, Chinese counterparts, McKinsey, and so on, BEAR, and it's on cancer. And it's the largest cause of death in China. It's the second largest cause of death in the United States. And it's an initiative to normalize guidelines around data and being able to actually solve this, not for the US and China, but actually bring that to the rest of the developing world. Find things like that where the two governments can actually say this is a win. And if after 5 or 10 years you have 8 or 10 of those, that'll become the norm for the conversation instead of all the things that aren't working in the relationship.
Jenny.
I think as someone who's worked now across both these communities, the U.S. policy world and now the private sector, I've been firsthand witness to the gulf between the two and the lack of communication that often happens. And my advice would be to the business community, as we've been discussing all day today, geopolitics is back. Whether or not we like it, it's here. And I think it benefits all of us to try and understand and get inside policymakers' heads of how they're looking at the world, because inevitably steps they take are going to influence economics. And then for my former policy colleagues, I would just reinforce the importance of talking to the business community. They aren't just stakeholders in major issues like the U.S.-China relationship, but they're also actors with their own agency, their own role to play in that relationship, and they have a lot of unique and important insights to bring, in particular on the economic implications of policy steps.
Fred, the last word to you.
Well, for politicians, diplomats, and the security experts, I would say, it's not everything's a zero-sum game, right? So always keep it in mind. Then second, for business and investors, definitely, despite all the short-term uncertainty challenges, like any other larger complex economy, China has its share of difficulties and challenges. But China also has enormous resources, capacity to deal with the challenges and still untapped long-term growth potential. So the advice is very simple. Invest in China.
Keep talking. Deliver small wins, even if you can't deliver big wins. Stay invested in China's long-term potential. Wise words from our panel. Benjamin Deng, Fred Hu, Gary Reichel, Jennifer Welsh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Chief Executive Officer of Bloomberg Media, M. Scott Havens.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a finish. What a finish. We started the day promising to unpack the New World Order, and I think we succeeded. There's a lot to highlight today, but what sticks out most to me, and probably you, especially with geopolitics as tense as they are, was the opportunity to hear directly from Chinese Vice President Hong Zheng. He gave us a preview of what Presidents Xi and Biden are likely to discuss in San Francisco at the APEC meeting just days from now. So how very timely and never more important. This is exactly why we launched the New Economy Forum in 2018. We believed then that the world needed a new platform for engagement, a place where the public and the private sectors could meet, talk about problems, and build the kinds of relationships that lead to solutions. 6 years later, we are still fully committed to delivering on that promise. You have to look forward to, over the next 2 days, of the conversations to come. We have John Kerry, we have Ken Griffin, we have Vera Songhui, we have Hillary Rodham Clinton, Sergio Armati, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and many others. Tomorrow, our theme is seizing the moment, and we'll be turning our focus to the macro landscape. On Friday, sustainability takes center stage under the theme of striking a balance. As always, I want to thank our partners for their support and their valuable input. Without them, we would not have been able to build this amazing community of leaders. Right now, it's time to go to your breakout sessions. Hopefully, you should know where to go. Just in case, I think behind me on the screen are the rooms. Tonight, we will have our gala dinner. We are very honored to have Singapore's Prime Minister Lee joining us in conversation with Bloomberg Editor-in-Chief John Micklethwaite. It's going to be a wonderful and memorable evening at Fullerton Bay. I look forward to seeing you all there. And we'll see you here sharp at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.